Buford? Oh, my God.
Is that your house?
That's where my house is.
Stop.
They're in his backyard. This summer's wedding.
That's where my house
It's a zoo. We bought a zoo starring Chris Canty. Oh, my God. This is so great.
Do you have cameras?
I do.
Okay,
Check
check
it.
There's up you on the patio chilling.
He's got a giraffe in his backyard. Well, sportsmanlike.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen.
It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. Jackson's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is prepared to take your phone calls here in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. The phone lines are 314-974-0101. You get to call in and just be live on the air. You can light us up if you want, or you can flirt with us. And anything in between. Collier & Thompson sponsor the phone lines. Air Comfort Service sponsor the text line, 314-399-9646. Martin, I was just saying to Jackson Burkett, big show.
I think it is.
It's a big show.
Yeah. We used to have a producer at Fox 2 who would always put, at the end of the first block, and the news anchor, whoever it was, would have to read it.
Craig.
No, but at the end of every segment, they would say, "You're watching Fox 2. It's another big night of news." So I would walk by his desk every once in a while. Is tonight a big night? He goes, "Well, it just sounds good." I was like, but I think this is not one of those Frank, trying to sell it.
Poor Frank takes a hit more often than my father does.
I love Frank, but he'll sell it. I learned from Frank. You really got to sell it.
All right, give me an example.
Okay, Tim, this may be the best show this market has ever heard. And now you're listening in your car. You're
leaning in.
You're not going to get out of your car for the next 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. You're like, well, what do they got? Okay, you may have seen the story Mike Bush did the other night. The 8th grade girl who is the best putt-putter in the world. You're like, oh, she's on the show. No, her coach is. Okay, all right, well, that's all right. Okay, and do you remember Lee Stempniak? He's in town this weekend, and I think, wow, okay. So just sell it is what I'm trying to tell you, Tim.
I don't know if it even needs selling, though. Chairman
You got to get better at selling. We got to get better at selling.
Got to get better at teasing and selling. Jackson, I think you deserve all the credit in the world for this one, too.
I truly do not. I appreciate you, but I truly do not.
All right. I like that. Martin's disappointed. Breaking the alliance.
Take the win.
This feels wrong.
Let's talk about it. What do we got? Because instead of doing a show, just talk about what it's going to be.
That goes back to the morning grind days. The one that I'm the most excited about in a list of star-studded guests, and Martin, this is you getting this one done. Bill DeWitt III, 8:45.
Well, we're talking about the TV contract.
Yes, I can't wait to delve in.
I have to tell you, it was very awkward because I was down in Perryville last night. We had this event, Marcia Falk,
you
Jackie
and Marcia
Smith.
Falk in Perryville, if anybody had that parlay.
It was a great event, great time, but I was having phone issues. And I thought it was the building we're in. We're like their civic center. So I couldn't get any text messages to go through. So I had asked Bill DeWitt III, will you come on the show? And he says, is that the one with McKernan? And I said, no, he didn't say that. So he asked me for a time, and then my phone crapped out. So now it's 2 hours later, and I'm like, oh, crap, I couldn't respond. And so I was afraid it was going to fall through, but I believe we're good. Really a fun event. Marcia Falk telling stories. First, we talked to the kids. All of their football teams are in the playoffs. We had a pep rally thing.
Did you get them fired up? You Herb Brooks them.
Oh, yeah. And Marcia actually had a great mess. He told the kids, he said, here's the deal. Because I want to be a running back. LSU said you could play defensive back. He said, forget it. Went to San Diego State. Mm-hmm. So teams were telling him you can't play running back. He said, whatever you think you're good, he said, stick to it. And I'm thinking the coach is like, oh, great. He said, but listen to your coaches. So he gives a message to the kids. Later, we're in the theater, and that's more Q&A, a little more adult, some Ram stories and things like that. And they said, Martin, I'll tell you, I wasn't real warm and fuzzy when I was a player. I wasn't real nice in the meeting. I said, oh, you think? You think?
Rob Desir joins us.
So we had, it was just great conversation throughout the night. They have a foundation, the Perry County Foundation. And I bring all of this up. At the end of the night, they have a place called Brass and Bone, which sounds like a texter. The Brass and Bone is a beautiful bar in downtown Perryville. And I got to roll out. I got to get to bed. I got to do show prep. I usually get up at 4 and start going through all the stats from the night before. And I'm leaving, and the guy says, how about that Natty Nate? And I said, what's that? And he said, how about that call today from Natty Nate? I said, oh, my goodness. He said, yeah, long time TMA. I said, oh, wow. He said, yeah, we can get the signal down here. They don't even have to do the app anymore. They can hear 101.
No HD2. We're all grown up, and we're all grown up.
And so I started talking to another guy. He goes, oh, yeah, I usually listen later in the day. And he said, so Nate called at what time? Like he was going to go back and find it.
Timestamp the Natty Nate call.
So no matter what you do in your career, as long as you get a call from Natty Nate, You're on the map. So shout out to all the folks in Perryville. We had a great event. Marshall's a ton of fun. And here's the whitest thing Martin can do. I'm always.
Is that a new segment?
I am the whitest man in America. So Marshall sends me a text at like 12 noon yesterday. He said, "What time are you going down?" Because we're all meeting. And I said, "I don't know, like 2:30. He said, "Yeah, same here." So I told my wife, I said, "Do you think he's wanting a ride? Like, we're going to roll together?"
Wow.
Like, and I thought, I don't really, and I love Marshall, but we don't need to drive together. Like, I kind of want to just listen to stuff and make calls. So I texted him back and I said, "You going solo?" I thought that was a way to fish. If he was fishing.
I think that's the right response. I like that response.
And he said, "Going with Shorty." And I said, "Oh, that's a like girlfriend, wife, whatever. Like, it's the lingo, right, Shorty?" I'm not very hip. So I said, "Oh, he's going." So I get to the event first and they said, "Oh, Marshall, is he coming alone?" I said, "Oh, he's bringing his girlfriend." 10 minutes later, he walks in and he's like, "Hey, Martin, man, you remember Shorty?" It's his buddy that they call Shorty. Now, here I told the whole crew he's bringing his girlfriend, his wife, because I dorkiest guy in the world. And he comes over and he's like,
it's
a
gentleman. And they're going, "Oh, wow, look at Marshall."
Hey, it's 2024.
Exactly.
You be you. It's fine.
Amen.
So Shorty is his buddy that I've met like 20 times. I just didn't put it all together.
Did you tell Marshall this background story? No, I had a feeling.
Absolutely not. I just played it cool, which is sort of impossible. But great event and loyal listeners down there. Apparently, they're big on Natty Nate.
They love Natty Nate in Perryville. New T-shirt, Chairman Kurt, TMSTLshop.com. All right, here's what we got. Martin, I headlined the Bill DeWitt III interview. That's 8:45. Robert Thomas on the program. Jackson, I've got him at 8 o'clock.
You got that right.
All right. We've got Andy Strickland in studio. Friends of the show dropping by, like Joey Vitale, Rich Gould, and now Josh Schertz, who wants to replace Doug on the show.
Fake Doug,
Josh Schertz.
He referenced Doug many times, didn't he, in his answers. He kept saying, "Well, with Doug not here." I would say Strick is one of the original, what would you say, alternate sports guys, because when he
alternate sports guy. Now, what does that mean?
That don't want to just do nuts and bolts, which would surprise you. 'Cause with hockey, he can get real nerded out on hockey if you want him to. But he would sit in on shows on 1380, and I would say, "And the Rams play tonight." He said, "Boring, nobody cares." He would yell boring if I brought something up that he thought was a bad topic and wasn't grab ass. I think Strick plays ball more than people realize. Now, if you ask him about the Blues defense, look out. He'll give you a 30-minute breakdown.
It'll be like Calvin May, Butch Patrick, Joe Madden.
Yeah, and that they've got these new fiber sticks, and what's happening is with their grip. Okay, no. So be ready to yell boring to him.
Jackson, you going to do that?
If I have to.
Can you find a clip that just says boring?
No problem.
Because he would do that to me all the time. The point is, he thought banter was better than nerded stats.
God bless America.
Yeah.
Well, that will upset the old school 101 listeners, who I would think are pretty happy with the guest list of Robert Thomas, Bill DeWitt III, Andy Strickland, Bernie Federko, and Gabe DeArmond. That's what we have. That is your program
well,
today.
Junior, I might just leave. Sounds like you got this under control.
But the TMA old school listeners will not like that we have all of the guests. I'm trying to figure out what people are angry about.
I've decided that we're like your parents, okay? So TMA is going to do things every once in a while. Have a guest. It's a little bit like eating your vegetables. Like, you just need it. And let your parents decide what you need, okay? Every once in a while, your parents take you on vacation, and they read that naughty email. Okay, so it happens. So there's
like the recovering alcoholic sending in a text to Joey Vitale yesterday asking about ass eating at Olive and Oak.
Yeah, so sometimes your parents make bad decisions. Dad has too much scotch, he falls in the pool. Like, it happens. But that's never happened to me. I'm just saying, hypothetically, maybe bourbon and maybe a pool. But your parents decide for you, and like, you know what? Just trust us, okay? So Timmy, of course, is the mom, and so I'm the dad, and we're making decisions for you. Sometimes you're going to have a vegetable served, okay? And then other times we're going to just go on vacation and read something we probably shouldn't read.
And drink bourbon.
And then fall in the pool. Yeah, so you're going to get, it's a balance, Tim.
Now, the thing that I actually am most intrigued about playing for our audience today is something that was sent to me, I don't know if it was last evening or earlier this morning, and it comes from Mike Claiborne's Claibs Online podcast network, and it's Jim Thomas talking with Mike Martz. And I gather this was recorded yesterday. It's unbelievable. It's national news worthy. Now, whether or not it gets to national news, I have no idea. I sent it to you boys this morning, and we're going to play it. We're going to play it here in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. But that's me getting better at teasing. But here's all I'm going to ask you, Martin, at this point, because we're not going to disclose what it is. Again, hashtag get better at teasing. Had you heard this story before?
I would say I've heard forms of this theme, but not as specific to the year and the people involved. Like I would say it still surprised me how specific it was at the time he said this was taking place. It
is something you will absolutely want to hear, and you're going to hear it here in our 7 o'clock hour. So your captain's log on TMA today, the Blues losing last night 4-2. Every Thursday night, Jordan Kyrou gives the puck away, and the Blues lose. And that's unfortunate because he had what did Tony La Russa say about a Gloria Estefan show when you asked him?
It's a real thrilling, legit show.
Electric.
God.
I mean, when you haven't done the material in a decade. Really electric. Well,
I wondered if
electric.
Bannister has a dossier, and on Thursdays it says turnover puck, and it's listed as 3.2. It's like in the third period, but it's got to be a little bit later in the period.
Right, a little later in the period to really tear you up. So we'll have, of course, that discussion, the Cardinals and the television deal, which to me is the most significant piece of sports news in St. Louis. And then Mike Martz, and all I can tell you is it's more detail on the secret plan. As Kevin Demoff told me, there is no secret plan, and that became an episode from Buck Swope that I think should win an Academy Award on the TMA Podcast Network, Swope's Picks. That's all coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, and then you get into the 8 o'clock hour, and you're going to have Bill DeWitt III, you're going to have Robert Thomas, and 9 o'clock hour, Andy Strickland in studio, Bernie Federko, Gabe DeArmond. In the 10 o'clock hours, Missouri plays Oklahoma tomorrow night in Columbia. Jackson, am I leaving anything out? You got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day.
Drops of the week make their
101 ESPN debut.
Yep.
Sweet mother of mercy, Martin.
And because we have listeners all over, maybe they can help me out with this. A lot of dead armadillos on the drive down to Perryville. Do you do the Waze or Google Maps? Like when you're going somewhere, you type it in your phone? And
Absolutely, 100%.
So it starts to tell me to get off and to take Highway 61, and I'm thinking it's a little early. I'm on Highway 55 going south. You're going towards Cape Girardeau, but you get off at Perryville exit. But it says get off soon. There could be flooding. That's what the phone said. So I got off, and apparently they were laughing later. I got off way too early. But it said there could be flood. I thought that was legitimate.
The Perryville natives / Natty Nate fans were mocking you.
Well, and then the people running the event, they said, why did you get off so early? And I said, well, I wanted to hear some sports radar. I rolled through St. Genevieve on the way down.
I've heard that question
get some hot takes. But as I'm on Highway 61 for about 40 miles, really a smart move by me to get off early.
Savvy.
But rolling down that 61, I think I saw 6 to 7 dead armadillos, which are native to Texas. But years ago, people brought them to Missouri. It's a thing.
I do recall that was about a quarter century ago. Martin, Ted Gann is in. I think that's the TMA YouTube chat that's up on the screen.
Jr. who played for.
Is it Ted Gann or Ted Gahn, or is it Ted Ginn Jr. of Ohio State? Don't ask soft questions of Bill DeWitt.
Martin,
the man is kind of soft.
Why didn't you get a better TV deal? Why didn't you get a better TV deal? What would you like for the viewers?
Here is my real straightforward can't wait to ask question of him. With the TV deal I don't recall if this was Katie Wu or Derek Gould, and I'm not trying to slight. I just don't recall.
Jeff Jones, John Denton. Why do you?
Okay, there
Calvin
you go.
May. I mean, could have been anybody.
You're exactly right.
Could have been anybody.
With the television deal only going down from $75 million, $17 million, which I am stunned by. I thought it would be much more. Then does that alter the strategy for the near term? Because if they were going to lose $50 million off that deal, $75 million to $25 million, and not that any numbers were publicly given, but if that was the case, I think even people who throw the DeWallet thing around would go, yeah, that counts. I mean, I realize I don't know how many people are putting together budgets, but in that particular case, if you lose $50 million of $75 million, that's obviously going to count. But quote unquote, only $17 million, and I recognize it's $17 million, and it's locked in now. Does that alter the game plan for the near term? Because I think they were operating with the uncertainty, as he acknowledged at the press conference where Chaim Bloom was whisked away afterwards, that they had that uncertainty. Now they have the certainty. Does that change the strategy? And if you would like, I'll just start yelling at him.
And the timing of it is good because you're just entering the off season, but it feels like they already made these decisions a month ago. And I don't know how you can make any decisions without knowing that number. I think they had an idea. And only $17 million. If it's a different franchise, if it's not the Cardinal model, which I realize is down right now, I bet in other markets it's a bigger haircut.
Sure.
And
I couldn't agree with you more on that.
So
As you've seen a number of teams that Diamond Sports just said, hey, you're on your own.
I think they had an idea, but $17 million. So my question would be, can Contreras play second base and first base just to kind of tighten the budget a little bit? I don't know if that's a softball, but I think it's intriguing.
I like that. Martin will ask that. We will both just start yelling at him.
Well, people don't understand.
And hopefully it just goes viral on social media because Martin and I get bonused on that.
Bill DeWitt III is not in charge of the baseball operations. He's in charge of a lot of stuff, but people
like to yell at him.
People are mad. How come you didn't keep Eckstein? Like, well, that was 17 years ago. I think Katie Feltz cried, and Mozeliak tried to explain it. That was a long time ago. But
Katie Feltz wept over it.
She asked Mo many times about Eckstein.
Oh, is that right?
Even though he was gone. That's a thing.
Maybe this soft. What about that?
She would say it, too.
What just happened? I feel like we just lost Martin.
I couldn't hear. I'm sorry. My headphone here is not working accurate. I'm sorry. Did you do a drop?
Jackson.
I did. It's okay.
Yeah, you did. It was wonderful. Would you like to hear it again?
I'll listen to the whole show later.
Yeah, when you're driving.
Maybe in this town soft.
There it is. There it is.
What about the Bobby Brady voice crack? Really drives it home.
It was
Peter
impressive.
Brady. I apologize.
Now, the fear is that Bill DeWitt III is listening now, and he'll just say, I got a thing.
I got to go?
Yeah.
Well, I'll just hold him accountable for bailing. He's scared to answer the tough questions in his town.
That's when you really let him have it, when they won't come on your show. Just let him have it.
All right, we got a jam. We legitimately have a jam-packed show. Why ain't guys talking all the sports? There's a lot going on. That's why. If there's nothing going on, I'm not going to force sports. That's the deal. That's been the recipe for 2 decades. What you want me to do? There's a lot going on. Here's what we got. We got the Blues messing up in, 3.5 minutes left last night? The Cardinal television deal. The Mike Martz sound, which to me is unbelievable. Robert Thomas, Bill DeWitt III, Gabe DeArmond, Bernie Federko, Andy Strickland. Am I leaving anybody out? I feel like I'm still leaving somebody out, even with just rattling this off. You're welcome to get involved. 314-399-9646. Feel free to call in anytime. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And email it for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos, Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons, and my ally, Chairman Kurt, answering the phones. This is TMA. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. As we head into winter, you don't want to be stuck with old, drafty windows making your heating system work overtime. Universal Windows Direct is here to help keep you warm and save you money on those energy bills. With their exclusive Super Spacer technology, these windows help keep the edge of the glass warmer, making your home more energy efficient and comfortable all season long. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy from Universal Windows Direct, you get 2 free. And there's no limit. Buy 2, get 2. Buy 4, get 4. Buy 20, get 20. It doesn't matter. On top of that, Universal Windows Direct is offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years interest-free. Restrictions apply. Universal Windows Direct backs their windows with a true lifetime warranty. So call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522. Remember, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Call today, 314-334-2522. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. It's the Morning After is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. Martin, you're going to love when you get a chance to visit that place.
Is it available often? Is there like a key code you just type in?
I talked about yesterday. There's a backdoor thing and a key.
You just like
that was the Joey Vitale.
Well, we can't give out the home code. We gave it out to Bon Jovi once, and he abused the privileges, so I had to shut it down.
Doug's getting to use it this week, though.
Off-season.
And he has Jackson's backdoor code.
Yeah.
Does Doug know that Bon Jovi was stumping for Kamala? Does he know that? I was kind of surprised by that. I thought he was a Trumper.
Your thoughts are welcome on the topic. 314-399-9646. Text in or just watching YouTube. And 124 friends of the Feather have already gathered this morning. It's 7:22 in St. Louis. Friday, November 8th. Beautiful Friday in November here in St. Louis. All right, what do you want to go with as the lead? I mean, you can go, to me, you got three legit topics. For the record, Robert Thomas at 8 o'clock, Bill DeWitt III on the TV deal at 8:45. You've got the Martz audio, you've got the Cardinal television deal, and you got the Blues losing 4-2. And if the over-under was 5.5 last night, that had to smart with that empty netter from the...
It was 5.5. I saw that.
No way. You actually knew that. Or do you need to have an intervention with me?
No, I made that as a show now because I was looking. I didn't see the game. So I went back and I was reviewing.
Like Dan Lanning and that damn touchdown in Ann Arbor.
NHL, I wrote down Blues over under was 5.5. Empty net makes it 4-2.
Oh,
how about that?
Ooh, that gives me chills. Martin, to Sadie Hawkins. I usually offer it to Doug, but he's in Long Island.
Well, I think the story that affects the most people is the TV package for the Cardinals. Even though you hate the team, you hate the franchise.
Martin and Jackson's alliance is anti-Blues hockey. I hope everybody notes that.
I think that's the number one it impacts you story. Blues losing is disappointing. It's frustrating, but we have a lot of time with Thomas and Federko and Strick. We're going to get into that. I think the Mike Martz is the most fun audio to listen to.
So what are you voting on?
Mike Martz.
I think that's the right call.
Well, Tim, you gotta get people talking.
How is my father involved?
Program director, senior.
So this was sent to me. It's out of nowhere, and so you have listened to it now.
Yeah,
Jackson,
I struggled with your time codes, but that's okay.
Yeah, well, it was sent to me, and it's like, hey, it's with this, but it wasn't the time code. It was how much was left in the podcast. Anyway,
I found it, and it was Mr. Gibbs, I think.
Yeah, it was an emailer to Jim Thomas and Mike Martz, who do a podcast on Mike Claiborne's podcast network, Claibs Online. And listen, it's about a 3-minute clip. Is that right, Jackson?
Yeah.
But for those of you who... I was really surprised to hear this. Maybe it's not shocking as far as what could have been going on, but to hear it from the head coach of the team with the detail that he provided on the effort to start getting the Rams out of St. Louis in the Super Bowl year is something else. So here it is, Mike Martz with Jim Thomas on Claibs Online.
Okay, our second question comes from Michael Bibbs. Now, this was via email, and I like to at least find out where they're from, but he didn't list it, and I didn't have time to contact it. But he's going back to your 2003 season as head coach. If you beat Carolina in that 2003 playoff game, does that change the trajectory for 2004 and beyond? And he's kind of saying in his mind, he thought the 03 team, that was kind of the end of the greatest show on turf.
I will say no, it wouldn't make any difference, even if we won the Super Bowl then, because they're dismantling the team. And I didn't know that at the time, but obviously Stan had made that decision. The front office made the decision to dismantle it and get it prepared to move. I think George at that time had cancer. They knew she had cancer. Nobody else knew it. And Stan came out, and that's why they lost that lawsuit. He came out, in that interview, I think you and I talked about in L.A. when they announced the move.
Right.
Frank Cusimano asked him something about when this started. He said, hey, we've been doing this since 03. Well, actually, it was from 01. Mm-hmm. After we lost the Super Bowl, I talked to John, and he intimated to me at that time that they would like to move the team back. So
that's the first I heard of that. After the 01
the old season, yeah, he said, he just said, hey, Coach Martz, we'd love to have the team back in LA. And he said that in passing. I didn't really put much credence to it, but he kept talking about it. So that was kind of weird.
Yeah.
You know, but I didn't think anything about it. And then, you know, from when you look after 01, we didn't have, from the 01 season to 03, 9 of the 11 starters on defense were gone.
Right.
They walked them all out of there. You know, they didn't want us to win, is what it comes down to, right? So,
wow. Well, I myself, and you probably disagree with this, I think part of it is a salary cap area. You had so many stars at that time.
No, salary cap had nothing to do with it. I know salary
you can't keep all of them.
No, you can't, but you there's no reason to let London Fletcher out here.
True.
Yeah, we certainly could afford him. Grant Wistrom would have stayed for half the salary.
I think of a guy, Ryan Pickett, that was let go. The 1 year, or was this? Yeah, he was part of your 01 draft?
Yes, he was.
That when he left, they said, hey, our Jay told me, I said, Ryan Pickett's pretty good against the run. Why do you let him go? He said, well, did you look? We're 29th against the run.
Yeah, that's his fault, right? Well,
you don't let Isaac Bruce go because you finished 20th or whatever in passing offense.
No, they were 20. This is after this. We weren't that against run when I was there.
Right.
Ryan Pickett. So what happened?
You get left after afterwards.
Yeah. So what happened is you lose London Fletcher and all those linebackers.
Right.
Jay got rid of London Fletcher. Yeah. He and Lovey, while I was there, unbeknownst to me, without getting into all that just brings back some ugly memories. But they were purging the roster behind my back, and I didn't know what was going on, and I couldn't stop it.
Mike Martz with Jim Thomas on Mike Claiborne's podcast network, Claibs Online. So the head coach of the Rams at the time saying that they were wanting to move back to L.A. as early as 2001 season, John Shaw telling him that, and then that they began to destruct the roster to put the wheels in motion. That is what you just heard. You can hear the entirety of it at Claibs Online, Mike Claiborne's podcast. Martin, you were very close to the situation with Fox 2, KTVI carrying the games. Did a show with Mike Martz. You had a close rapport with him. Your reaction to what you just heard?
Well, my favorite part at the end, after saying all that, he said, I'm not getting into all that. I'm like, well, that's plenty right there. I want to know a little more. And JT did a good job pushing back. Because sometimes free agents do leave. I think they lost Akeem and London Fletcher both after that Super Bowl in 01. I think for people that followed it fairly closely, the dots that were connected, he's talking about a quote, that's the Demoff quote that I believe to Sam Farmer. I believe that's what he's talking about. That's a little later. But everybody points to the Fisher alliance with Stan and Demoff as to the wheels turning to get this team moved. That's 2012 when Fisher gets here. I think it's the first time I've heard him say the moves are being made, in other words, to kind of take the team down so that they can move, right? Isn't that what he's saying? It's
sure,
basically purging the roster.
It's laying out the foundation of essentially the plot of the film Major League, in which owner, was that Rachel Phelps, Jackson? I know you own
That's right.
the cinephile website, goodorbad.com.
Do you really?
Yeah, he does. I'm an investor, as a matter of fact. I still haven't seen a monetization strategy, but he says he does believe in it. So with regard to the Rams...
Is that all it takes to invest?
That's all
he believes in it.
And I go, okay, I'm in.
Fair enough.
But that they're going to put in a bunch of randoms so that the team will fail, and therefore they will begin the process of going, see, they're no good. And nobody shows up, and now they get to move back to L.A. Now, honestly, I've never thought that was the case. I really didn't. I truly didn't. I mean, other people may disagree with that, but I never thought it. But I sure as hell wouldn't go back to following the Super Bowl season that they started putting that in place, albeit the Jamie Duncan signing certainly was questioned.
Kim Herring, Jamie Duncan, same offseason class. After a year that was a debacle, I remember requesting both in Macomb, and I believe it was the great artist Twine. I said, what you doing, man, a story on guys who aren't really good, but they're nice guys? And I said, yeah, loosely. Loosely. It's the first time we've gone that far back. Mike Martz has always been outspoken about how the roster available to him wasn't good enough, and that this is the first time I've heard him say that timeline that they were looking to move. I think there was a sense that the Rams are always sort of just passing through. Even though they lived here as a franchise, they were headquartered in L.A. I mean, John Shaw's office was in Pico, on Pico, which is in L.A., and people would often say, oh, call John, he's out at the Pico office. Call John, he's at... They had Ida would answer the phone. Wonderful old lady named Ida would always answer and she would answer it, St. Louis Rams. I'm like, but you're in Beverly Hills. So there was always this fear that they were kind of passing through. But I think contractually, I think the first out would have been in 2005, or upgrades were required. But I think 20 was the big number after the 20 years of the lease.
Yes.
What I need someone like Bob Wallace to remind me, at 2005, they were owed certain upgrades, and they did, like some new speakers, or, we painted a few things, did our best, the old St. Louis try. But were they able to leave that early? You know what I'm saying? Because that would be a really long play if in 2001, John Shaw's saying, okay, just make the team terrible. We'll move them in 15. That's a long play.
That is a long play.
And
That's
Kroenke was not, he mentioned Stan, which I appreciate. Stan was influential, but he was a minority. Right. And I was in the war room a couple times, and he was in there, so he was around. He was involved. I'm not ruling any of that out. But he didn't become owner until 2010.
That's correct. But what Martz said that's an important, and it was just kind of mentioned in passing there, is that Georgia had cancer. Everybody knew about it in the inner circle. Martz was not in the inner circle. He later found out everybody knew about it. So therefore, Kroenke knew he had the right of first refusal. So when she would pass, he could come in and buy the team. And so he does include that color. Now,
and she didn't pass till 2008, so we're talking 2001
right
into 02 after losing the Super Bowl. So if basically the headline is the fix was in from even earlier, according to the head coach. If you go back, there's an article by Chris Mortensen, and rest in peace, Mort, but Mike Martz never forgave him because he didn't.
Never forgave whom?
Mort, because Martz said a lot of this without the detail about the move, but about how they didn't want to go to the Super Bowl because it's too expensive, that Shaw told him that. And Mort wrote a big story, and Martz said, that was just you and me talking.
Oh.
And then Martz believes the front office never forgave him for that going public, that he got sideways with the whole franchise because of what Mort reported about how this team really doesn't want to win. So he touches on it. If you can find it, probably in the offseason of 02, Chris Mortensen writes this whole thing about Mike Martz says Rams don't want to go to Super Bowl. It's too expensive. And he was not happy that he said it. He just didn't think it was going to be reported. So he's been on this theme for a while. And clearly he's on the phone talking to the ownership group, which John Shaw was the de facto owner. I mean, it's a little bit like John Mozeliak doesn't own the team, but kind of calls all the shots.
Has a lot of latitude.
And that's who you go to for human capital and all those specific answers. So I think the timing is what's fascinating here.
It is. It's something else to hear that from the head coach, that it was sabotaged even that early.
You want to? Well, let's get him. You want him on next week? Let's get him on. I don't think he'll come in studio.
Be great if he would.
But can we send a car?
Car service. Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson is attracted to in caps. Wow. Former fan page moderator, TMA fan page. You ought to join it. Jackson does a wonderful job moderating it now. Neil Allen Craig Paquette says, it's like finding out your now ex-wife cheated on you even earlier than you thought. Let's see what we got. Also similar to the producers, Demoff and Shaw were creating their own Springtime for Hitler. That's Minute Bowl eligible. Doug's Prison Wallet says somewhere right now, Brian Burwell is saying, I told you all so. That is from Doug's Prison Wallet. And the Hunchback of On Castle, it's strictly business and F Stan. So that is the reaction from those listening to this audio from Mike Martz with a deep reveal on the beginning of the process beginning during the Super Bowl year, and John Shaw saying we want to move back to L.A., and they knew that Georgia Frontier had cancer and Stan Kroenke had the right of first refusal, and the wheels were in motion even that far back. Your thoughts are always welcome. You are welcome to call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Text in. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. And we've got two different YouTube channels. One is the 101 ESPN YouTube channel. One is the TMA STL STL YouTube channel, so you can get in there and talk it over. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt taking your calls. We have the Cardinal television deal discussion. Bill DeWitt III is going to join the program. The Blues with another giveaway. Steve Ott, very direct with his observation last night in a conversation with Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale on Kerber's podcast, Curbside. And it was a real direct assessment of what took place there with the turnover that led to the game-winning goal. You'll hear from him. That's coming up. Robert Thomas at 8 o'clock. Gabe DeArmond for those of us intrigued by tomorrow night in Columbia, Missouri. He's coming your way in the 10 o'clock hour along with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Andy Strickland in studio. Bernie Federko with it. It's a whole thing. We got a big show, Martin, and it's a real life big show.
Come by, just stop by.
Stop on by. Ours is the program where friends feel they can drop by at any time. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Well, a significant week in American history with the election and all that could be changing, and this can impact you directly, especially if you are looking to buy or sell your home. And that's where Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage can come into play. Stewie, good morning. I can't wait to get your perspective on the Fed and how things could be impacted with interest rates.
Well, Tim, first you have to understand that when the Federal Reserve cuts interest rates, it's not mortgage rates. Banks have a requirement to keep a certain amount of cash on hand. If they don't have the cash, they borrow from each other at the Federal Reserve. That's the interest rate that they get cut, is how much they have to pay between the two of them. Now, that ultimately trickles down to credit cards and so on and so forth. But it's not mortgage rates. Mortgage rates dipped and then they come back up. You have to take the opportunity when those rates drop to grab them because we don't know what tomorrow is going to be. This is a great time right now to buy a home. We're entering the slower seasons and a small drip or drop in those rates, and you can take advantage. Do it now because later on when the interest rates do drop further, guess what? More people are going to come out of the woodworks. There's going to be more competition for those houses, and you're not going to get the house of your dreams for the price that you want to pay. So do it now. Refinance later. You can get closed in 10 days, get the bagel loan, no closing costs, and we even have 100% financing if you're a first-time home buyer.
Give Stewie a call on his cell phone at 314-324-4440. I met with Stewie and his son last week. I don't know why you would go anywhere else after understanding how they can help you out and save you money. Again, that number, 314-324-4440. That's Stewart's American Mortgage.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last night. Final score of 4-2 in their first matchup with the Utah Hockey Club. No game tonight, but the Blues will be back in action on Saturday evening, taking on the Capitals. Pre-game at 5 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. The puck drops at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. Martin, where do you want to go next? Cardinal Television, Blues?
I think we got to go to the Otters, son. It's a big podcast rewind Friday.
It is, indeed. So Jordan Kyrou gets the game-tying goal with 6.5 minutes left last night. Building's buzzing. Here's a team that had not played particularly well, and yet, despite the injuries, despite the adversity, and despite a game in which they just weren't really on, they got it 2-2. And even in that set of circumstances, it's looking like they're going to pick up a point. And then, just like last Thursday against the Flyers in Philadelphia, Jordan Kyrou does something that causes problems, and he gives the puck away, this time not in the neutral zone, and it leads to what is the game-winning goal. And Jamie Rivers said, hey, you know, that puck's got to go deep right there. You can't be making that play. And alas, it leads to the loss, and the Blues leave a point on the table. Steve Ott joined Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale on the Curbside podcast, and he was asked about that particular play, and he didn't really pull any punches.
Well, you know what? To be honest with you, it's quite plain and simple. It's black and white. It's those type of turnovers costly, and he knows that, and he's feeling that right now. So it's our job to continue to teach puck management, teach games that get into these final 5 minutes. That it's extra crucial to put pucks deep and obviously get a point out of these big games as well. So it's part of maturity of our game, and we got to make sure we keep dialing that part in.
That's as cutting as a hockey coach can be, unless your name is Torts or Mike Keenan. But it was done so politely.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's black and white. Can't do it.
Kind of a Canadian rip job. Polite, but accurate. The Kyrou thing is interesting because yesterday Joey Vitale sitting on, and when we didn't talk about the Christmas party, we talked about Kyrou, and he gave a Butch Patrick-esque answer that was very in-depth, but it's about a young player growing who's got all this talent. It's just amazing how it's sort of the left fielder who can't catch the fly ball. It just keeps coming his way. Like these moments, the spotlight just keeps finding Kyrou in the most damaging way. I was thinking of a comp yesterday, and it's a little weird, but I felt like Matt Holliday, like a good player, but took a lot of heat. Some of it was contract. I think Kyrou, early, the contract pissed people off. So immediately they didn't like him when they, gave him the extension too soon. And like Holliday got the big money and Pujols didn't. So people just kind of had this innate dislike for a really good player. And Kyrou just keeps making mistakes. And people text into this show when they're not talking about Grandpa's Depends or whatever, or Armadillos, they'll just say 25 is trash. And you're like, well, that's not accurate. He's a pretty good player. He's been an all-star. He's a great goal scorer. But it is frustrating as all get out. And you can hear Steve Ott's a longtime assistant coach, played in the league. It's just, I think they're all frustrated.
Especially when it's self-inflicted wounds 2 times in a matter of 4 games with the same guy late in the game making the mistake.
It's about to happen on the old screen right here.
Yeah, we've got it in studio, and we're a matter of seconds away from witnessing it again. I don't know if he was feeling himself after the goal and was trying to make a play that, with the benefit of hindsight, he wouldn't didn't even try to make, not even knowing that the Utah Hockey Club would be able to take that down to the other end. And again, bad break in that it goes off of Perryville as he slides to prevent the pass, and then that bounces past Hofer, and that's how Utah got the game-winning goal. So you had a couple of things going on there, but one is a bad break, one is fundamentally poor, and that is what plays a role in an unfortunate set of circumstances, especially when it's the second time in 4 games. And the team, I mean, I think it's one of those things. I'm a huge college football fan. And one of the things that I think I've observed about teams that wind up taking off is they get a scare, but they're able to win even when they don't have their best game. And then the coach is able to focus on those corrections, and then they move forward with some momentum. Blues clearly didn't have their best game. They obviously don't have their roster and some substantial players that aren't on that roster. And if you're able to get a point, and who knows, in overtime, I mean, the variance is so huge in overtime that perhaps they even get 2 points out of that. And what that can do, and now you got 3 straight wins, it just would have meant a whole hell of a lot. And it's one thing if you get beat and you're like, okay, we didn't play well, that's part, but when you piss it away late in the game again with the same player, that is what is the real kick in the balls. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. You can text in to the Air Comfort Service text line. It is our Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. I have been doing business with Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess now for, I think, about 5-6 years, and just wholeheartedly recommend them to our audience. And I got an email from a listener yesterday, Martin, and you'd really
Old drafty windows.
No, it says sponsors and Tim is a cutie.
Ooh.
Yep.
Wow. Somebody else wanted to know if Shorty with Marshall was Tim.
We'll get to the right roof, Daddy.
My wife's car needed it. Why'd you cut the drop off?
Oh, well, I thought we were in the live.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true. Here, run it back.
Here you go, Martin. Take a listen.
Roof, Daddy. Get the shingles out. We need to replace them as he went upstairs, and there's a hole. Fix it before the rain comes. Woo!
You know Kerber and Vitale and Kelly and Rivers are sweating after hearing that.
Taking notes.
I got this email that says, my wife's car needed an oil change, and she took it to one of the quickie oil change places. They said we needed to flush our transmission, and it would cost a couple $100. Then they said they'd need to seal, the seal needed to be replaced because it was dry rotted and they couldn't work on it. We never had transmission issues, and it never leaked. The next day, her car was leaking fluid. How about that? Sounds like it was an inside job. So I decided to reach out.
Their plan all along.
Yep, to Munganast. I wasn't sure if they would want to mess with something so simple at the Acura dealership, but you once again connected me within minutes, and then a few minutes later, Jamie Burkhardt reaches out to me and included all of the muckety-mucks at Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. I discussed what we needed, and without hesitation, Jamie put me in contact with Ryan Seiberg. Ryan reached out to make sure I would be taken care of. We dropped her car off, and after a thorough inspection, they determined the car was leaking from the oil filter the quickie guys installed a few days earlier. Ryan and his team replaced it, completed the multi-point inspection, and didn't charge us a thing. It's safe to say we now have a trusted mechanic for servicing our vehicle, and when we are ready to purchase a new vehicle, I will be calling Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. It's that kind of service and accessibility that is why our audience has been supporting Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota for years. It separates them from everybody else. I think the world of them, and they set up a number for TMA listeners specifically to call or text. The number is 314-252-0029. It's Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. All right, Robert Thomas will get his perspective on what took place last night. I'm sure he'll be polite, but I'm anxious to hear what he has to say about what's taken place really the last 2 Thursdays. He'll join us. Bill DeWitt III coming up on the Cardinal television contract, and we've got the drops of the week making their debut on 101 ESPN. That along with Bernie Federko, Andy Strickland, Gabe DeArmond, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It's Team A. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Big show today?
I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
Friday? The Friday edition? The Friday edition?
It is a big show.
Robert Thomas going to be with us in 5 minutes. Bill DeWitt III will be held accountable.
I think you just knocked
8:45.
Casey off the air. Good gravy. They're playing some Molly Hatchet, and Tim just knocked him off the air.
Here, I'm going to do the real impression of my father now.
Okay.
As opposed to the Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah. I can't help it. That's how I hear it.
Timmy, you're on the air jacking around again. You're going to scream at Bill DeWitt III. You got to be... You just can't be... No, Missy, I'm not going to go to that crap tonight. What? Fine. Tell the boys I said hello. Okay, bye.
I'm going to assume that's accurate. It's your dad. You would know.
Exactly. You've got him.
But it's a little more
You've got
fun.
him with Clarence on the bridge.
I'm not making it to the trivia night that Timmy's putting on. It's just too far a walk.
It's 2 blocks.
Well, Missy, you know me. I'm not venturing out for that silliness that those boys do. I just don't want to be a part of that. Well, they're grown men. Oh, but they don't act like it.
The TMA Trivia Night a week from tonight.
I think he should be there.
I think he should be there. It's at St. Gabriel's. It's 2 blocks from where I grew up. Tam Avenue Capital Partners.
Was that your fantasy football team?
Well, a group of us would do DraftKings daily fantasy rosters and just light money on fire in the 2023 season, 2022.
And then you invested in good or bad.com.
We decided to diversify, and we haven't seen a return yet, but Jackson says he does believe in it.
And the whole principle for investing was he thinks it's going to work out?
Here's the thing, Martin. As Tim talks
You're about to be a dude.
Well, Tim talks about, hadn't seen any profits or any money, but what he also hasn't seen is any losses. So I'm I am his mattress to which keep the money under, but this mattress could turn to the golden goose at any moment.
Yep. How about that? You interested in investing?
I've heard this before. I mean, we started 5-9. Everybody said, "Oh, it's going to be so big." And then this guy named Steak or something comes along. Jesus, clowns. Now that's
I make picks, you make money.
Wow, that's how it works.
Ooh, are we going to make our picks today?
Yeah.
Nice.
Huge show.
Kind of a weak slate. Sorry, Martin. It's kind of a weak college football slate.
Ole Miss, Georgia, Alabama, LSU.
That's kind of where it ends.
All right.
It is a huge show that I'm scrolling through all of the texters. And somebody said I was wrong about the armadillos, that they're here because of climate change.
Oh, is that right?
A little political.
Chairman Kurt's agreeing with that.
No, but I swear, back in my news talk days, we had somebody on from the Missouri Department of Conservation and said that they were brought here. People would bring them here, and then they have since infiltrated the area. But it's only rural. It's true. When's the last time you saw an armadillo walking around Ballas?
Should we get surprise line? Armadillo.
Armadillo.
Okay, surprise line will be with us at 9:30 in Armadillo. Hey, sweet Kai, you can run to 101 ESPN, but you cannot hide. I will find you, and it will not be pretty. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove. Sweet Kai Martin is Jackson's buddy who lives in Cape Cod and rakes bunkers, and his fiance makes all the money, and the recovering alcoholic is looking to engage in some kind of coitus with him.
What?
Did I sum that up correctly?
He's in Martha's Vineyard now.
Wow.
Why is he sweet Kai?
He used to be sour and then he sweetened.
Oh.
It's really, it's a comeback story.
So his name
Redemption.
really is Kai.
Yeah, it's part of his name.
My favorite anecdote regarding Sweet Kai, outside of the gaping that he receives from the recovering alcoholic, is that Sweet Kai was accosted by a lesbian because she was unhappy that Sweet Kai's fiance was with him.
Correct. Yeah, right across the street, actually.
And I think that's really hot.
Yeah, he came out of the bathroom, and this lesbian woman came up to him and just started berating him because he said his then girlfriend, now fiance, she said she was too hot for him and she should be with a woman.
And I hear tell that she looked like Dua Lipa.
Is that what made him sour? Was that accosting?
No, he was sour long
guy?
ago. Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot to be sour about.
Mizzou and Ledoux.
There you go.
That's he's one of my closest friends. He's probably listening. Sweet.
How loud can you get, Tiger fans?
Martin, are you excited about going to the game tomorrow?
I'm kind of about a 5 or 6 right now, but by tomorrow I'll be ready to go.
Chairman Kurt just waved you off. He's really disappointed. Are you going, Chairman?
Yeah, I'm going to be there.
You gonna be in the parking lot not talking to pretty girls? Is that the game plan?
How about that? That's what happens when you're in my alliance, man.
She better not give me another shot. I'm not missing on number 2.
It's like the Red Sox. Don't let them win one.
Don't let them win one. Design Air, sponsor of our email today, online at designairservice.com. Seth Goldcamp and his team, the longest running sponsor on TMA. I'm a client. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. Why don't you become a client as well? Unfortunately, inevitably, at some point, we're going to be dealing with colder temperatures, so winter will arrive. Make sure that your heating system is ready to go, I guess, next week. But now the forecast has everything in the 60s in the highs, except next Thursday at 59. Either way, you know it's going to happen. We're just enjoying wonderful weather in the month of November. Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. No upselling. They come in, they fix it, just like we were talking about with Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. I don't vouch for people unless I get a chance to know them. And in Seth's case, and in Jamie Burkhardt's case, and Peter Munganess' case, and James Carlton's case, I do business with them, so I'm speaking firsthand here. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. All right, Robert Thomas is going to join us on the other side of the break. Bill DeWitt III and the Cardinal television deal, and me and Martin are just going to scream at him.
Oh, Kai says, by the way, mowing fairways, no more bunkers.
Oh, promotion, Jackson.
Up in the world.
That's my guy.
Promotion.
Send into the Mizzou Alumni Magazine, put in the back. Recently promoted.
Sweet Kai. From bunker duty to mowing fairways at Martha's Vineyard.
Big gig.
All right, Robert Thomas on the other side of the break. Bill DeWitt III coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. 8 o'clock hour is sponsored by Fisher Window and Door Store. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. My ally, Chairman Kurt, is taking your phone calls. I understand the Shrewsbury Seminary student's on hold, but I'm going to go to Robert Thomas over the Shrewsbury Seminary student.
I think that's a good call.
That's just me kind of calling an audible at the line of scrimmage. Robert, good morning.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
Good. I'm sure you're watching the games closely and noticing a couple of things in particular with the boys scrapping. And we saw another example of that last night with P.O. Joseph going right after him following the Toropchenko hit. Love seeing that, but at the same time, the downside is after Kairou's game-tying goal, the giveaway for the second straight Thursday. And I know he's working harder this year, spending time after practice. Joey Vitale was talking about that yesterday in studio with us. But when something like that happens, that has to be a real kick to the midsection. You've lived it. You've actually played it. You know him. What do you think of what went down last night?
Yeah, it's tricky. You score the shift before, you're feeling great, especially you're going against a team in your division, you're pushing, you want to win the game in regulation. We had all the momentum, and, simply he's cutting across the ice, sees a D-man coming up, and a guy just comes out of his blind spot and picks it off. You're a playmaker. You're supposed to make plays. He's impacted the game, so much in tying that game, and he's feeling good. He's trying to get a win, and it's just an unfortunate play, and then it banks off our guy and in. So, it's a tough one, definitely, but things like that are tough to swallow, especially late in the game. But you're really trying to end the game there, and that's his mindset.
How do coaches and teammates handle that? Because some players you can probably go in and yell at. Some you got to pat them on the back. How do you think the Blues handle that situation?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's been changing lately, and I obviously haven't been around a little bit. As of late, trying to recover as fast as I can. So, that's more a question for Drew.
And how is the recovery doing? Where are you with the ankle?
Yeah, we're doing really well. Feel like I'm recovering really well. Feel like I'm on track, maybe a little bit ahead. And at the end of the day, with kind of bone fractures, it's tough because you can feel better, but your bone might not be healed. And that's where you kind of just got to be patient and wait for the result.
What did you think when you saw what took place in Tuesday night's game with your new teammate Dylan Holloway? I mean, that was so unique. You had the Jay Bouwmeester situation 4 years ago. Blues fans remember what happened with Chris Pronger years and years ago. This one was so different because he completes his shift and then the chaos on the bench ensues. What were you observing and what were you thinking while you saw that play out, Robert?
Yeah, it's always scary, especially for some of us that are around for J-Bo. That was a really hard one to swallow and a hard one to get out of your mind. And immediately when I saw that, that's what I think of. And I think the one thing everyone needs to talk about is Ray Borelli, the way he's handled those situations. Obviously, he's been a part of 3, and I think that's more than any other trainer could say in their whole career. And, Ray does such an incredible job in those situations, staying calm. He's literally saved lives and, possibly careers. And I think he deserves so much credit for, how he handles those situations and is able to get everyone healthy. And, I think he deserves so much credit. He's a real lifesaver.
When the Blues got Holloway and Broberg, guys in the league know the talent around the league better than fans do. What did you think when those signings went down? Did you know, hey, this is a real steal for us when those two Edmonton players ended up here?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, you know players in the league that have played with them, played against them, and they talked about how good of players they are and also how good of people they are. And I think that's what's really exciting is, they're great players, but just hearing about their character and what kind of guys they are in the locker room and those are things that are just as important. And, we definitely got really lucky being able to get those two guys.
Robert Thomas, our guest here on TMA, giving us his perspective. Kind of a weird situation specific to where the team is because you're out, Broberg's out. You had the odd and tough thing to navigate on Tuesday, and yet the team's able to win. And then don't really necessarily have a great game last night, but there you are, 3 minutes away from picking up a point when the game's not there. So it's cutting both ways. It's maybe frustrating in one sense, but at the same time, if you get the power play going, you come back, Broberg comes back, there are signs that there could be something here, especially with the team kind of picking up an identity of standing up for one another and not being hesitant to go up against some teams and defend each other. So how do you observe it at this point in the season with the difficulty with the injuries and the team losing some close ones, but at the same time being able to hang around despite the adversity?
Yeah, injuries are always tough, especially, they obviously happen throughout the year, and especially when it seems like they all come at one time, it's frustrating, and it's hard for the guys to stay positive and really push. We had a tough schedule there, and were able to come back with 2 wins in a row, and then obviously a tough one last night, but the guys are playing well, and I know all of us that are injured are really pushing, and when we come back, we're going to be really excited and excited to jump in, bring some new life, and bring this team back to where we think it can be. So I think the guys are doing a really good job staying in it, and as injured guys, we got to do everything we can to get back and get this thing rolling again.
Robert, you're a former teammate, and I don't know if you consider him to be the best goalie you ever played with.
Oh, no. This is unfortunate.
Daddy Padre is texting into the show. I know he's viewed up there with Patrick Waugh.
Maybe Hasek, maybe?
Perhaps. So it's an honor to have him texting into the show before he goes into the Hockey Hall of Fame, and he is looking for your college football picks for the weekend or your NFL picks for the weekend. I don't know if this is something that you're releasing on the program or not. Maybe it sounds like he has some kind of an issue and we'll do an intervention with him, but is this something you would like to release for Daddy Padre?
Geez, I would have to see the games. I don't got him off heart like he probably does, but is Mizzou playing this week?
Yeah, they were a 3.5 point favorite, and now they are a 3.5 or 4 point underdog at home against Oklahoma. 6:45 kickoff. You'll be watching the boys take on the Caps, but that's going on in Columbia tomorrow.
All right, they're my pick.
Oh, fight Tigers!
All right, there we go. He's on
Tigers.
Board. On board.
Fight Tigers.
You can go to the game with me if you want, Robert. I'm going down to Mizzou tomorrow.
No, I got another game to be at. But.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that'd be great. Where's 18? Oh, he's in the car with Martin.
Yeah, going to Fro Field.
Robert, thanks for the time, man. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Thank you. It's Robert Thomas with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Bill DeWitt III is going to join us coming up at 8:45 on the Cardinal television deal. Looking forward to what he has to say about that. Andy Strickland in the studio in the 9 o'clock hour. Gabe DeArmond will give us his perspective on tomorrow. Who's going to be a quarterback? I'm still holding out hope for somebody other than Drew Pine, but maybe Drew Pine turns into Doug Flutie tomorrow, Martin.
You never know. Tim, that's why you play the games.
Oh, wow.
Mike Shannon said he went every night excited. I don't know if he's that excited every night, but he said because you might see something you've never seen before. What if Mizzou wins 2-0? I've never seen that.
When I was taking my wife and my older son down to the Vanderbilt game, I'm like, 95% chance they win the game. And the next thing I know, I'm watching what turned out to be a classic and a Vanderbilt team that would beat Alabama in a couple of weeks. So you know what? Maybe you're about to see one of the greatest college football games ever played.
Maybe. That's why you go, Tim. I'm going to wear a bowl-bound shirt and remind the folks there of how lucky we are to be living in this area. In fact, Cousin Sam, and this is not direct, so this is from Cousin John, that Cousin Sam's theory is that drink deserves credit because we debate a lot of times this era, like how good has it been? They won a lot of games last year. And Cousin Sam says, I have to give drink credit for making Mizzou relevant again. And they did do that over the last year and a half, where you're more intrigued by the matchups, but I think they lost a lot of that momentum this year.
It's been unfortunate that they have, as Mike Kelly called you mean don't go Mizzou? Is that what he said?
Don't do the Mizzou
Don't
thing.
do the Mizzou thing. I actually think the 2023 team is the second best team I've seen in my life. How about that?
Wow.
2007, number 1. 2023, number 2. And I know some Missouri fans go, about 2013. Or take your pick of another team.
That might be my favorite Mizzou game that I attended was the Henry Josie touchdown. He's also a kid who'd been injured.
Yeah.
It was Johnny Football, and you just kept assuming they're going to do the Mizzou thing and lose to Johnny Football.
And then not go to the SEC championship.
Yes, everything on the line. It's year 2 in the new conference, and you know everybody looks down at Mizzou in the SEC. These clowns are from the Big 12, and yet that game gets you to the title game. Sort of stamp your ticket, and it's Henry Josie. I was standing in the end zone where he was running.
Oh, were you really?
My photographer, Donovan Potts, is just dead on the runner. He's coming right at us. I love that game. And I remember interviewing Michael Waka before the game. He had just come off that great postseason run with the Cardinals in 2013. Right. And I think he might have had a few brewskis before the game. So my producer said, "Can we run this interview?" And I said, "Well, maybe just a really short clip." I think he was having a good old time.
God bless him. Yeah, I think he's a Texas A&M fan.
Well, yeah,
that's right.
That's why he was there.
Yeah.
Thanks for connecting those dots.
I
thought it was obvious.
Yeah, I think
you thought it was random.
I think he had a brother who went to school there and played something, right?
I think so.
I think that's the tie-in.
Only more random. Packers, Rams, Lambeau Field, Monday Nighter 2004. I'm on the sideline. I'm walking around. And on the Packers sideline is David Ortiz. And I thought, well, this is random. And they said, he started in Appleton and he married a local girl that was a Packer fan. Wow. And I said, well, that is as random as it gets. Big Poppy hanging out with the Packers because his wife is from the Appleton area. Or maybe, I don't know if they're still married. I don't know.
Jackson, did I just hear a drop?
Go Pack.
Stop Plowsy.
Go Pack. I thought it said get back. Plowhawk made an appearance last night on Channel 5.
On the Blues postgame?
Yeah, I see we have audio of it.
Yeah, he was not Blues. It was on the Blues postgame. He was repping a TMA hoodie. He was wearing the
Why was he interviewed?
There was a sad story. A man was found on the banks of the River the Pear. He had been washed up in floodwater.
Holy crap.
He was in critical condition. I believe he's still alive. Don't quote me on that, but Plowboy, I guess, was in the area when they found him and they interviewed him.
Do we have the audio?
Oh yeah.
That's why I saw that we had Plowboy on Channel 5 audio.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Let's hear it.
On the other side of the break.
Oh wow. I stand with the listeners. I think we got to tighten this up, Timmy.
I agree.
Actually, we got to loosen it up. I'm sorry. It's a big loosen it up Friday.
Well, for those concerned about the breaks, and I would include myself and Martin in that category. I was told yesterday we'll be going down to 3 in 2 weeks. How about that?
Progress. We're moving forward.
Brick
That's the whole goal.
by brick.
Send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, 1045. Don't forget TMA Trivia Night. You can sign up for your table of 8. $50 gets you all your food and drink a week from Friday night. I really haven't been promoting it because obviously it's been a little awkward over the last few weeks. So, hey, you can hang out. Iggy is going to be there. Martin's going to be there. Jackson, Chairman Kurt, myself, Doug. It's St. Gabriel.
Josh Schertz might stop by.
Josh Schertz at this point might
Friend
be there.
of the show.
Might be there. So maybe Rich Gould. I read his children's book to my boys last night, as a matter of fact.
And there was not a snake down there, which is the irony of the title.
Spoiler alert.
Well, I think he told us to.
TMASTL.com is where you can sign up and get your table for the trivia night. Food and drink all included with the $50. Plus, you can bring your own. It's next Friday night. TMASTL.com is where you can book your table. You don't have to book all 8. You can just 2 people, then you'll be put on a table. That is next Friday night at St. Gabriel's. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Bennett, Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Flood those phone lines. And just like Shrewsbury Seminary student did, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt standing by to talk it over with you. We got the drops of the week making their 101 ESPN debut. I can't wait to hear what this is going to sound like. Next here on TMA. Great to have another new sponsor here on board with TMA, and it is Aesthetic Design and Build. That's Aesthetic Design and Build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team, who I have met with at their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, they walked me through all of the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with a retractable screen. They have answers for it all. You can give them a call. The number is 636-532-5008. That is Dan at Aesthetic Design and Build. Or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know that you are a TMA listener. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them 636-532-5008. Or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. Welcome back. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Soliciting your calls via the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you can watch the show and rank who the cutest people are on the show.
Ooh.
Yeah. YouTube.com/TMA STL is where you can watch, or you can go to the 101 ESPN channel. Take your pick. Jackson, you have fun with audio. We have Bill DeWitt III coming on to talk about the Cardinals' new television deal with FanDuel Sports Network. What do you have prepared for our audience who might be listening on the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app or the TMA STL app?
Well, do we want to hear the Plowboy?
No. What do you want to hear? I'm not in the crowdsourcing business.
That's fair.
That's why you wear the C on your sweater.
That's true. I do want to. Let's play the Plowboy interview on KSDK last night.
Now, the Plowboy, for those who may not be familiar, worked on TMA for a number of years. He was from the Peoria region. Jimmy the Cat Hayes, I believe, it might have been him or Doug, gave him the nickname Peoria Plowboy. And you can follow him on Twitter. He has wonderful takes, and he was interviewed last night. His name is Darren Atkins, for the record, and a wonderful delight. Probably on the show for about a decade and change, I think, is the total. So what do we have here, Jackson?
So, tragic story. Like, they found this guy who washed up on the banks of the River des Peres. He had been, 36 hours he had been missing, and they found him, and they somehow found him alive. He's in critical condition. As of our last update, he's still in critical condition.
So he'd been missing for 36 hours, and he's still alive.
Crazy. They interviewed the fire department or somebody in the EMT, and they couldn't believe that he was alive. Crazy story. But Darren Atkins, the plowboy, was around the scene of when it happened, and he was interviewed. So here's the audio from KSDK.
Darren Atkins was out walking his dog when first responders pulled up and saw everything unfold next to his street.
And then they were also bringing in a rescue boat down to the River des Peres area, and a lot of neighbors were outside talking with fire and rescue about the situation, if they've seen anything. Certainly, it's tragic to find out what happened.
We certainly hope he makes it through.
Thoughts and prayers for sure to their family, and if anything we can do in our little neighborhood, feel free to let us know as well, because we're always down to help and kind of feel terrible about the whole situation. Wish we could have done something sooner as well.
How about that Plowhawk voice?
This is world class.
And it's all on brand from the Plowhawk.
It's exactly right. And he was wearing
kind of missed the little fella, doesn't it? He got a little weepy just hearing his voice.
Absolutely. Man weighs $115.
That was
for real.
I think
we weighed him in.
Wasn't it
$115.
a 111?
No, 115, and it was legitimately one of the more shocking moments, TMA or otherwise. In my
A grown man who I think is now 34.
I think my right leg might weigh 111.
The over-under was set at around 130, 132, and the under shipped by an immense amount.
Yeah.
It was alarming.
That's a horrible story, but it's still amazing that it's just like a real story. And it's like, and Darren Atkins, and we're all like, hey, Plowhawk.
Yeah.
Was he wearing TMA gear?
Yes. He was. Chairman Kurt is in charge of our TMASTLshop.com. I have one of the hats on as we speak. I believe it was the hoodie that says, some people like some things, some people like other things, which was a phrase coined by producer Joe. I don't know when he said it, but it was essentially, yes, and it was essentially a way to say, you don't like it, that's fine.
And the best part about that hoodie is that it's kind of after the Dare logo.
Yes.
And on the Plowhawk, it was just poetically just perfect.
It's a thing of beauty on the Plowhawk. Jackson, it is Friday. A tradition on the program is our drops of the week. Do you have that smorgasbord of drops prepared here? I'm sensing a concerned look on Jackson's face, which is why I'm buying time, just to give the audience a little inside baseball.
Is he going off dossier? Is that what's happening here?
No, that's not the reason. I was going to try to play the producer Joe. Some people like things, some people don't like other things.
I wouldn't mind both.
Yeah. Yeah,
is there a reason we just can't have all?
Right.
Have it all?
Yeah.
Let's do drops of the week first, and then we'll get to the Prod Joe.
That's why he has the C on his sweater, Martin.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
Do
Let me tell you what happened, kid.
We are frauds.
Being my friend was one of the neatest things in the world.
Here's the chubby.
Illinois likes to shoot the three.
There's our coverage.
I feel like a cute boy is just sitting out there.
Damn it, Fiddle.
Martin, remove your shirt. Let's see what kind of chest cabbage you're working with.
Beta test a take.
Alphas play defense.
She's been bugging me for a table saw. It happened to me. I was the little girl.
So what'd your grandma think?
I don't know. I haven't told to you.
Wonderful.
That was nice.
Do you remember the context there, Calvin?
Yes, sir.
And what was it?
Show me on the doll where the sponsor touched you.
That'd be a slutty reindeer?
It's like one of those biscuits that flip out of a can.
I like CBC. It was fine.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
Marty, I am a Hoosier.
You got a lot of leather, brother.
That was Drops of the Week.
Drop, down. Martin, that's your first Drops of the Week. How's it treating you?
It's a lot to digest. I think Rich and the Biscuits has sort of left an impression on all of us. Cal's laugh. The awkward pause after my probing question there. I really was sort of having... Did you watch the show 6 Feet Under?
I did not, but I've heard it's a wonderful little presentation.
And
JacksonGoodOrBad.com.
Never saw it.
Perfect.
The series finale is sort of about all of our human lives end up, you end up dead at some point. and they're just sort of flashing through all these moments of your life, and you're a kid, and then you're an adolescent, and then you're a kid again. And all these things are happening, and it's really emotional, and it makes you think, what would your final days be like? And I just kind of had that moment with the drops.
That just hit you.
But
with
it was just for the week. And I sort of had this transcendent moment in my head saying, Rich was sitting right here. Vitali was sitting. Dougie was here for a little bit. And all these things happened. And I just kind of added it all up, and it felt like a big ball of crap.
Some people like things, and some people don't like other things.
Think about that. That's the hoodie that the Plowhawk was wearing on KSDK.
Well, it's true. Some people do, especially with this show. That's a great take.
That's why it's become the motto of the show.
Yeah, like you have said, I sometimes answer like producer Joe. I take that as a compliment because Joe's a legend in my
Legendary
mind.
Producer.
That's right.
Yeah, and he has a landing strip. You know a lot of guys who carve a landing strip?
Is that a drop?
I'm just surprised I know one. Like, I mean, the fact that a gentleman would get ready with a razor and not shave the face, but instead carve a landing strip, like he's a Mizzou sorority girl in '98. Hey, I doff my cap. But it was a little surprising to find out our producer had a landing strip.
When Joe
I've got a landing strip.
When Joe was let go, it was at the same time 590 let Burwell go and Joe at the same time. And Joe Buck called me, and he was really upset. He said, I heard about all the moves today. And I said, I know. Burwell and I are pretty tight. I'm going to call him later. He goes, I'm talking about producer Joe. He was like irate. Joe Buck was really upset. I thought he was calling me about Burwell. And he said,
the guy from HBO's Real Sports. No, the guy who was cutting lawns 8 years ago in Atlanta.
And I'm pretty sure he said, if you guys had a spine, you'd walk out. And I said, well, we don't have a spine.
That's the core issue. Me in this town has no spine. Speaking of which, Bill DeWitt III will be with us coming up at 8:45 on the program to talk about the Cardinal television deal. Hey, transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. At Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery, whether you're taking the first step or continuing your path. The IRC's dedicated team is here to support you. Why I choose Illinois Recovery Center, a holistic healing approach, expert care and guidance, safe and welcoming environment, tailored programs for lasting recovery, top-notch facility and accommodation. The IRC builds the unwavering determination to thrive beyond the shadows of the past. Whether you've made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. If you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Bill DeWitt III coming up at 8:45 on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. I think Chairman Kurt's dealing with it over there. Seemed like it might have been a situation. What's the issue, Chairman Kurt?
Wonderful caller. Just a little curious if we were going to get to the Cardinals TV discussion. He said we started to get to it, but seemed to get sidetracked a little bit. I said,
that's tough,
keep
but
listening.
Fair.
That'll happen.
It's tough,
but
fair.
I said we'll get to it. We got Bill DeWitt coming up 8:45.
So it sounds like it was a polite exchange.
Yeah, there was no ill will either way. He was just curious.
You calling?
What's that?
You calling?
No, I believe Chairman Kurt. What sounds like you think he's BSing
I guess the alliance is truer than I thought. I just have answered phones for a long time, and rarely is it that polite.
No, it was.
Usually it's much more that's a wrong word. Inflammatory.
Tell the boneheads, and then they proceed from there. It starts with that.
Yeah.
I did get to drop in my line that my goal is to work into every conversation, though.
I hear you.
I hear you.
I hear you.
That could be another time.
I'm starting to say that a lot on TV now. I hear you. At the end, when Mandy Murphy's like, boy, that's a tough loss for Sloop. Yeah, I hear you. That's now, I've adopted that from the chairman.
It's a go-to.
What did the Shrewsbury
seminary student,
salt cellar, what was he, seminarian, whatever?
Right.
Salt cellar.
What did he want to talk about? I'm curious.
He didn't really give me a topic, but he's got a little equity. He went to the front of the line.
He has equity.
Is that right?
He also owns shares of goodorbad.com.
He's got equity.
All right, we'll find out what we have on the other side of the break. It's TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Timberwolves take down the Chicago Bulls last night, 135-119. Ant-Man Anthony Edwards with 33 points, 8 boards, and 6 assists. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to Morning After. The show is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on 101 ESPN. Doug Vaughn vacationing. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. And Chairman Kurt will take your phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. That's where Bill DeWitt III is going to join us here in a matter of minutes. Andy Strickland and Bernie Federko in the 9 o'clock hour. Strickland in studio. And Gabe DeArmond on Missouri and Oklahoma. Coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, and your Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day competition at 10:45. So, Martin, there has been a lot of discussion this morning. The Mike Martz sound with Jim Thomas, with Martz telling Jim Thomas on Mike Claiborne's podcast network that the sabotaging of the roster began following the Super Bowl season because John Shaw told them they wanted to move back to L.A. Just stunning and damning audio from the former head coach. So we had that. Of course, discussed the Blues loss, Kairou's turnover, Robert Thomas, a guest on the program, and the Cardinal television deal. These are all monster stories that happen to all be taking place here this morning on the show. The Cardinal television deal. We'll talk it over with Bill DeWitt III momentarily. My biggest thing is that they're only losing $17 million off of what they were expecting to get, which was $75 million. And I'm surprised by that. That's a win from the Cardinal standpoint. So the thing I'm anxious to ask Bill DeWitt III about is, does this alter your plan going forward as far as lowering expenses, lowering payroll? Because while it's a hit, it's not a big a hit as I thought it was going to be. What is your biggest reaction to it?
Well, and I think they had an idea. I think they kind of knew ballpark-ish. The question is now with that direct-to-consumer, how much can you guesstimate you're going to get on that, especially at a time when interest in the team is lower than it's been? I think that's going to affect people purchasing, the individual package. And I would love, I don't know if Bill wants to get into it, the back and forth with Diamond, because they don't want you to have a separate entity. But if you say, listen, you're lowering my rate, I think that gave him some leverage to provide that option. So if you're a Cardinal fan, and I guess he'll explain it better than us, you can just buy a game here and there on your phone if you want to watch.
A la carte.
But I don't know if this has cleared up any of the issues if you live in Iowa and they won't let you watch, or if you live in Columbia, Missouri, and you can't get it. There's all that stuff, too.
Jackson, you're a YouTube TV guy, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're both YouTube TV guys. I think it is the best selection for a platform right now.
Yes.
Now, because I'm a jackass and have a responsibility doing this show for the last couple of years, I've also gotten now I'm on DirecTV Stream, but I was on cable. Mm-hmm. And so my understanding is I won't have to do that anymore, but my question is, will I be able to watch on YouTube TV? And my guess is I'll be able to use my YouTube TV account to watch the Cardinals on their app.
Ooh,
but YouTube TV is something that a lot of people who have used it are just like, oh, I'm not getting away from that. But if you wanted to watch the Cardinals and Blues for a period of time before the Blues app was there, you had to also get another, either cable or DirecTV in order to be watching. Or you could have gone with Fubo or one of the others.
Right.
So that's one of the things I'm curious about. So you have the fan access conversation with Bill DeWitt III, and then you also have how this impacts the Cardinal payroll. I know going into the interview, he can't win and we can't win. So it's kind of a fun little setup, but it's fine. That's the deal. That's what the money's for. So it's fine.
A text that just says, I can't stand you guys. That's perfect. That could just be a rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat.
It's fine. But I am looking forward to the conversation. And if there's a deity in heaven, he will win back the fan support by announcing they're going to bring back the Navy road caps in 2025.
I think that's at the top of their list.
Get me going.
Things to get to.
Me going.
Get Jackson back on board.
Absolutely.
See, Jackson's been boycotting the team ever since the Navy road caps went away. I don't know why they did that, though. It does bother me.
It's so dumb.
Martin isn't as affected by the uniforms as we are, and Doug is.
It's a show thing that you guys have. We got to work through this.
The thing is, it really does bother me.
It looks so much better.
Uh-oh, now we're going to go.
Well, if Jackson says so.
Yeah, there it is, the Alliance. Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this program. They are local. Ed Herman in studio earlier this week. They are the title sponsor. I have gotten to know Ed Herman, Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and the team at Brown and Crouppen quite well since they began as the presenting sponsor of TMA in 2023. They are back on board through 2025, and we are thrilled to have them, really like them, and really recommend them to our audience. They are local. Don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call them at 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know that you heard about it here on TMA. You're going to get great service and great results. They're good people, and they are going to help you out if you need their services. 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantees of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Bill DeWitt III joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines on the Cardinal television deal and the impact the news now has on their plans baseball-wise for 2025. That conversation coming your way next. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It is our pleasure to welcome to the show Cardinal President Bill DeWitt III on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Bill.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Very good. Thanks so much for taking time out of your morning to join us. I have a bunch of questions. I know Martin does as well, and I know fans do as well. So let me start with this one. Your reaction to what has taken place with the television deal. Is this one of positivity, or is this, when you're losing $17 million in revenue, is this one where, man, we are going to have to be real careful going forward?
Well, more importantly than that, I think you got to realize we have not gotten rid of the blue caps. on the road.
Oh, wow. What a redirect. My goodness.
We still have them, but the only thing is we don't wear them against blue teams. We wear the red cap for the color contrast. But if you want to go down that rabbit hole, we can.
I absolutely do. If you're going to distract me, that's the brightest shiny object in the world. But I'm going to try to focus on the television deal at first.
All right, we'll dial in. So, I would say it was a good salvage job. I mean, anytime you're going backwards in a revenue stream of that magnitude, there aren't a lot of attaboys in the front office, but
right.
But no, I mean, our team internally did a great job. Anouk, Karuna Ratne, and Mark Murray, Mike Whittle, they all just really tried to figure out, what the economics of this thing look like, and that put us in a good position to negotiate something I think was a good salvage. And then I think really good to be able to stay on to FanDuel Sports Network, obviously the Diamond RSN, and keep the RSN model alive for, indefinitely, however long, and, be there with the Blues is also a plus. And, it also, I think, helps them. So, from that standpoint, I think it's a positive.
And so for people listening, Bill, just from the TV standpoint, it's sort of status quo. If you have Spectrum and you get Midwest, or if you have DirecTV and you get Midwest, you'll still have the games there. The biggest addition, I guess, is what, the direct-to-consumer option?
That's right. We'll have an app that you can download, and for a monthly fee, you can stream the games wherever you are in market. You used to be able to only get Cardinals games streaming by being outside of our market, and now you can do that in market, which is great. And so if you've either cut the cord on the cable bundle, or if you were, say, on Dish and they've dropped the RSN, both of those people who have been customers that can't get the games now can get them directly.
What about YouTube TV?
YouTube TV is kind of like the equivalent of Charter or Dish in the sense that they need to arrange a carriage deal with Diamond. And so it likely wouldn't be on there at the beginning. But we would love to do a carriage deal with them. It just, right now there isn't one.
And is that something that the Cardinals can do, or you're going to be reliant on FanDuel Sports?
That would be Diamond, the parent company, FanDuel Sports, that's emerging from bankruptcy and should have a few RSNs to play with and deal with in terms of those negotiations.
So the answer on YouTube TV is you're still on the outside looking in?
At the moment, yes.
Okay.
And something Tim touched on earlier, we're talking about, how did you sort of forecast this? Did you have an idea of what that number would loosely be? Because you go into an off season, you got to make decisions. Do we keep somebody on their option? How much are we going to spend on this guy? Will this guy want to be traded? The overall budget clearly is affected by this. How did you kind of go into this process, not knowing for sure what that number would be?
We just were working with a range. I mean, we kind of knew that it was going to be, in this range. And now that it's clarified, we turn our attention to figuring out an even bigger revenue stream that's going down, which is ticket sales, to be honest. So, we always deal with uncertainty on revenue streams, and I've said this a lot, but I'll say it again. The payroll doesn't match revenue 1-to-1. There's always, some sort of flexibility, and if we, overdo it and lose some money, we'll deal with that. And if we do great and make a deep run and make money, then great. But it doesn't go down to the penny if that's what you're asking.
Bill DeWitt III, our guest here on TMA. You're listening to 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Bill, one of the things that I think fans, when they saw you and your father and John Mozeliak and Chaim Bloom following the season at the press conference were wondering is about what the payroll would look like for the 2025 season. And you made reference, as I believe your father did, to the uncertainty with revenue playing a role in what the 2025 payroll would look like. And you just made reference to the ticket revenue going down even further than the television revenue, but with quote unquote, and I want to emphasize quote unquote, only 17 million coming off of that total. Does that then alter the organization's strategy with regard to expense for the upcoming season and the short-term on-the-field product?
I think clarity is always helpful. If you're just talking raw numbers, there's a lot of things there are things going down, there are things going up. There's still like a range of possible revenue outcomes here. So, but yeah, for having a revenue stream firm up gives you clarity and allows you to be a little bit more definitive with what you're trying to do. I mean, that doesn't sound like probably a great answer, but I mean, to be honest, we don't have a very specific to the $1 million number payroll number. We know it needs to come down, but depending on a lot of factors, which you guys have talked about whether players who are under contract are, committed to what we're doing or not. And, what's the market look like? These are all the things that factor in.
When you say we know it needs to come down, could you elaborate on the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, I mean, we have two giant revenue streams that are going the wrong way. And we're also committed to investing a lot more in player development and, frankly, other areas of improvement. So, and when you say other areas of improvement, what would those be? Like front office stuff and investing in various, business-related initiatives and, staffing and things like that.
And Bill, when you think about next year, what do you think it's going to look like? There is some disconnect. I know you're aware of that. It seems like roster-wise, though, there's, Wilson Contreras will be around. Sonny Gray. Arenado, maybe not. We'll see. How important is it to you guys to not, quote, gut the roster? Like, how much of that, there's baseball decisions, but then there's also business decisions. How do you guys come to that sort of middle ground where it's, hey, the business decision is we can't just put out a team of nobodies, but you also on the baseball side, maybe it's better to just sort of start from scratch. Tell me about the approach there.
Well, the nice thing is that we've, like, in certain other markets where you've seen teams, in a cyclical decline, okay, and then they're trying to get back. They've had to rip the whole thing down to the studs, okay? And, Houston comes to mind. They lost over 100 games for 3 straight seasons before they, stockpiled number 1 picks and got their way off of the bottom of the heap and ended up with a World Series. Now, that's an extreme example. I don't think we have to do that. Thankfully, we've got a really good young core. So, we have to think about whether improving that core with big free agent investments is prudent, given that we want to, plan for the future. And planning for the future means you got to lay the groundwork. You've got to have good young players with upside who you give the playing time to. I mean, unfortunately, one of the things that we've seen and too much of is some of our good players that we've drafted with a good draft model succeed elsewhere. And is that because we either, valued them incorrectly or our player development system didn't do what others did? Or is it because we got unlucky? Or is it because there's a lot of factors there, And the good news is we keep finding good players, but we need to, the other reason is maybe we didn't play them enough and we didn't see what they could do. So we're committed to making sure we see what our young players can do and doing everything we can in the player development pipeline to develop them properly. And then at that point, we can add pieces back and build up the payroll, and the revenue should follow. With fans upset in many circles, some maybe apathetic in others, how will you market it this offseason? I know there will be a drop in ticket sales. What's the pitch to fans to make sure that as many as you can get in the building? How will you appeal to them? Well, look, we have a whole marketing team. We're going to, lean on a bunch of different things. I think we can talk about just be honest what we're doing. I think our fans are smart. They know what's going on here. I think they know that there's a cyclical nature to the business oftentimes, particularly with in baseball with teams that aren't like in the top 3 or 4 markets, that, sometimes things go the wrong way and you've got to rebuild and get them back up. So, we haven't fine-tuned our marketing message quite yet. I think I maybe slightly stepped in it in that press conference when I said we're working on the game day experience. And I get why that was probably thought of pretty cynically. But the point was just we're working on everything we can control. Okay, I mean I'm oversee mostly the business side, and when you're in that side of it, you just do everything you can to put on a good show and message it properly and make sure that fans have a great time, and your ticket system works, and I mean just all the details of running the business we will focus on a lot, and I will, and so will our team. But I get that fans, what ultimately matters for them is a winning team.
I have never seen in my lifetime as a Cardinal fan, and then certainly in what has been an incredibly successful ownership for your family, the level of frustration, anger, and then as Martin made reference to, the thing that I think is potentially most dangerous, apathy. We're coming off of a presidential election, and if there's one thing that I've heard when people perform an autopsy on the presidential election, randomly it's Kamala Harris on The View being asked if there's anything she would do differently, and she goes, I don't really think so. So I think fans might like to hear you go, this is something that over the last, take your pick of number of years, whether it be last decade or last few years, where you go, that was a misstep, and we know it was a misstep, and we're going to make sure that doesn't happen again. Is there anything that would be specific, Bill, that you look back on and go, yeah, that was a domino that led to what has been a decline?
I wouldn't change a thing. No, I'm just kidding.
Nice. All right. Jackson's tweeting it out. Have fun today.
Too late. It's gone viral already.
You've already clipped it. It's already out there.
It's already gone. That's the game.
But, yeah, I think for sure. I mean, look, hindsight's 20/20. It's a hyper-competitive industry. I mean, one of the things that probably is fair is that, we thought we had a pretty darn good model going. I mean, when you have 20 years straight of success, for the most part, you start to think, you're doing things the right way. We didn't bring a lot of people in from the outside. I mean, I'm just generalizing. Of course, some were, but and I think we probably, some other teams surpassed us in technology and innovation and applied technology from a player development standpoint, perhaps. So we definitely look back and say we messed up in that regard. I don't think it's maybe quite as dramatic as some have postulated. We also, as I said before, we let some guys go in trades or otherwise that have performed better elsewhere. We have had to take a really hard look as to why. I mean, those are usually individual case-by-case situations, but it's happened too many times. And we used to be the team that would grab somebody and they would have their career year. So, that's got to change. And that's what's behind our effort to focus on player development. Because even if you, let's just say, went all in one year and just said, screw it, I'm going to try to keep up with the Mets. If you don't have a system that you can count on that's developing people to their maximum ability, then, that's not even going to work. So we have to take a step back and lay the groundwork for another run of sustained success. And that's what we're committed to doing.
Bill, how about long-term? I think Mo calls these country club rumors, whether it's Stan Kroenke is buying the Cardinals. We all get the text. No, Dave Stewart at Worldwide is buying the Cardinals. And I've asked Mo a couple times that these are country club rumors. We all hear them. I'm sure you've heard them. How about a long-term plan for the DeWitt family in terms of owning this team? Is there something you could say to address those, I guess, rumors?
Yeah, we're committed to the long term. I love St. Louis. It's my home. Raised our family here. And we don't have any plans to sell the team.
So can you say unequivocally the DeWitts do not have this franchise on the market?
Unequivocally, it's not on the market, no.
There you go. All right, Martin.
I've also heard the Saudis are buying. And I'm being serious.
Right?
I'm being serious.
The Kroenke thing is one of those things that has been going. It's an unbelievable. Have you heard that one, Bill?
The only thing I know is that he was named after Stan Musial, which is kind of
Boy, that was very nice. That reminds
maybe
me of
the irony of ironies, perhaps.
Nice
interesting texters to the show. Somebody wants to know if the Fredbird job is available. I think they're kidding. Some folks said they enjoy the honesty. Others have said we need to ask tougher questions of DeWallet. I don't know if you remember, they call you DeWallet, Bill, you and your dad. My favorite was Joe Strauss would talk about Lake DeWitt when they were waiting to build. And then Bill said, I remember you would look out your window and said, there it is. There's Lake DeWitt right there.
Yeah.
Walking down memory.
I mean, we've, Lake DeWitt, fond memory.
That was the great Joe Strauss. What is a fair critique, and somebody pointed this out on the text line, they appreciate your honesty, but were you guys slow to notice the decline? Do you think that's fair?
Were we slow? Whether it was slow or fast or whatever, we oversaw it, so it's on us. I mean, we've had 2 years now of subpar performance for what we expect, and I don't know how long it'll take to get back into October, but I'm hoping it's soon.
And there's important questions like, can Bill get Alex Pietrangelo back on the Blues? So if you could add that to the Blue Caps, Pietrangelo back to the Blues, and is Fredbird's job available? Those are the 3. If you would jot those down, please.
Okay. Yeah, I'm writing notes here.
Oh, nice. That is handy. Bill, I certainly have appreciated the conversation, and it looks like, in a stunning development, the audience actually.
And this will surprise you, but the audience tends to be a little cynical.
Right. Is enjoying the straightforward answers and, I suppose, acknowledgement on this front. I'm curious, for you individually, and then also, it's a different deal when it's your father, as opposed to like a coworker. It's not blood, and the hell that you guys have caught, and I think a lot of it is justifiable with regard to some of these things. But it's your father, it's you, it's your family. Has this been particularly difficult over the last couple of years when you're talking about that kind of element and that dynamic?
Yeah, I would say it's no fun. I mean, one of the things you have to do is take some perspective and the long view. I think what's relevant to fans is where you are today and what does tomorrow look like. It's not fun hearing that, but you also make sure that you understand that your fans are not represented by just social media and other forms of social media and stuff like that. So it's not fun, but look, it's still a great thing to be a part of, and I'm still energized when I get up in the morning, and I know my dad is too. And we're in the game, and when you do finally reach the top, it'll maybe even be sweeter. So I think we know what we need to do, and we understand fan sentiment. And I think we do our best to try to put it into perspective. A lot of fans I run into on a one-on-one basis are appreciative, and they sort of understand that what we're trying to do is not easy, and that there are 30 teams. They all want to win, and sometimes you're on the wrong side of a cycle, but and sometimes, granted, it's not just natural cycles like the weather. I mean, it can be self-induced, as I've said, but there is a cyclical nature of it. I mean, let's just be honest. When you are, top of the heap for a long period of time, you're picking down near 30 in your drafts and everything like that, and drafts are very important. So there are cyclical natures of it, and we're trying to buck that trend. And, well, now that we're in one, we'll get out of it as absolutely as soon as we can.
Well, Bill, I appreciate your candor. There is a question about whether you can bring the Steamers back. We'll put that on hold. And then another one that was TV-related was is the blackout rule. Will those blackout rules be affected by the new arrangement? I think there are people in Columbia and Iowa, the areas where they can't get the games, I guess.
Yeah, so there's a lot of blackout type of topics, but the one that I think you're referring to is that in our outer markets that are still Cardinal territory, where we actually share that territory with other teams, you will be able to get the app and see Cardinals games. So I think that's what you're referring to. So that's really good news for those areas that in the past sometimes were blacked out because no team had the primary market, and so many teams shared, but they couldn't get any one of those teams. And so this fixes that.
Yeah. Good. Like if you're in Las Vegas, like everybody was blacked out on the West Coast. It was insane. And I know in Iowa there are parts where you can't get anybody. It's just ridiculous and it's so antiquated. I got to tell you something, Bill. I mean, what's even more shocking than the positivity you're getting for the interview is the positivity we're getting for the interview.
That's even more shocking, to be honest.
That's candidly alarming. I think people appreciate the straightforward conversation. So thank you very much for it. And now I do need to circle back to the Navy caps. Let's wrap that up, get that approved, and then we can enjoy the weekend. Can we get that done?
Okay, happy to talk about it.
We just kicked it down the road.
Yeah, Tim, I don't think that's a priority right now.
Doesn't seem like
make
it's
that
live.
your thing, not his thing. How about that?
That's where it sounds like.
Was there a price on the app? Do we have? Is that known yet?
We haven't, because we're not quite sure how it'll, like if we're going to bundle it with the Blues or not, and that kind of thing. So it's sort of up in the air. But I will say, like, in other markets, it's for a baseball team, it's typically been plus or minus $20 a month.
Yep. Yeah. The Padres, I know, are at $19.99. Real quickly, do you guys get any advertising revenue on that? Do you have any inventory, or is that all going to go down?
Well, so it'll be, we'll sell the ads just like we have in the past, or they will. Bally's, Diamond will, and then the buyers of the inventory, the advertisers will just know that the distribution just got better. Okay. So, the feed will go
to more people.
Pretty much, to more people.
Tim, were you thinking about buying some ads?
I'm looking at advertising.
Okay.
Yeah.
A little TMA shop?
No, just a campaign to bring back the Navy caps. That's what I'm doing.
Insert that into the ballgame.
Absolutely. Bill, really appreciate the conversation. This has been really, really good, and we're grateful for your time this morning. Thank you so much.
Sure, anytime, guys.
Thank you. That's Bill DeWitt III, the Cardinal president, joining us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
How about the texter? Today's show did not suck.
Martin,
but
we
it's
call
still
that
early.
progress. Jackson, what are we saying?
Brick.
Turn your mic on, boy!
Brick by brick.
Thank you.
I think it's a little early to say it. I mean, it's going till 11. To say it, what is it?
We got Andy Strickland just waiting to come on.
Waiting in the wings.
Strick, get in here.
Yeah, Andy Strickland's coming in.
I did the Orlando Pace move with Strick. I texted him like an hour ago. Did you need directions? He said, I've been there. I'm like, just checking. Boring.
Was that boring, Martin?
It's not baseball season, fellas. It's
not baseball.
There it is. A shot is fired.
Comes right on.
This is my first time ever on 101, just so you know.
No, it's not.
I had the same experience a couple years ago.
Yes, it is. Wow. Although I did call in. I shouldn't say that. First time in studio. I called into Randy's show a few weeks ago.
Oh, is that right?
And then you know what happened. So
this is the end of this show right now.
Martin and I have been blamed for it.
Zach McCridle will be here on Monday.
I'm not bringing that.
Martin and I went to management and said, we demand to be on 101 ESPN.
Yeah. Is that a camera on me right now?
Yeah,
Who's
you're
watching?
on cam. What do you think?
Oh, we're on YouTube.
And then you see Jackson. Can you see Jackson? It looks like an eclipse is passing when Jackson's
We gotta get some blind work going.
This is very professional. In this
you and I are not used to doing things in a professional show.
I'm used to like homeless people sleeping on the couch.
Yes, we all are. It's
nobody
great.
in the entire building.
Yep.
But it's good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we're looking forward to the 9 o'clock hour. Andy Strickland going to be with us. Your reactions to what Bill DeWitt III had to say. I went into that interview going, okay, me and Martin are getting our asses kicked for the interview, and Bill DeWitt III is going to do that. And people actually liked it. Yeah, great. God bless America.
I think when he said the game day experience, he was self-aware.
Yes, I agree with you on that.
That didn't come off very well. People don't care at this moment about the game day, and he realizes that got mocked and kind of made fun of it himself.
Good. I think people like to hear that. I mean, I saw other things. Hey, this guy has a sense of humor. That's good to hear. There's accountability. That's good to hear. So anyway, I'll read some of the text. You can participate. Kyler and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Closing out the 8 o'clock hour at 9:12. Very TMA of us. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Underdog is the place to play. If you are a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports with over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. They've got all kinds of opportunities for you to partake in the fun and games, and they are offering all kinds of incentives as well. This season, Underdog will be running a special, promo, or bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost, where you can pump up your winnings in just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries, discounts where you'll get adjusted projections on certain players' stats to give you a better shot at a big W, and free picks. They're basically a sure thing. A player just has to get higher than 0.5 for that selection to win. Plus, all new users get a free pick. Download the app, sign up with promo code PARTY, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code PARTY. It's Underdog. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. It's TMA. It's presented by Brian and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn vacationing, and Andy Strickland is sitting in his chair.
Where is Doug?
Southern California, trying to celebrate his big Tuesday.
Does he get tan?
No,
I can't see Doug getting
pink.
tan.
He gets like me. He gets a little pink.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's not doing television at all.
It's so confusing because I feel like Dan Caesar will say, "Oh, you're still on 4." I'm like, I don't know if he is or isn't.
You know, I worked at Channel 4 for like a month.
Did you really?
You were there.
I was there.
Yes.
I wasn't about to. What an asshat. You didn't even know you worked with him.
And Doug was there.
I'm a big star, Martin.
I didn't really do one of your shows maybe because at that time you were doing like a lot of like the weekends probably.
Well, yeah, absolutely. So they weren't going, hey, sports director material.
And they hired me as the producer. I was awful. I couldn't figure it out. Like the keyboard was all different colors.
Producing. I thought you were talking about on air.
No.
Okay. All right.
No. I was producing. Like I was working upstairs at KMOX and they were hiring a producer.
That's right.
And it actually paid pretty well. I was like, okay, this could be kind of cool. And then it just wasn't for me. I was terrible at it, honestly.
Yeah, you'll have to hold Doug accountable for that.
I don't even think I quit. I think they just stopped bringing me back.
They changed all the locks.
They're just like, okay.
I'm looking forward to getting your perspective on the festivities last night, and people want us to ask you about Jordan Kyrou, but I want to make sure that we talk about the reaction to the Bill DeWitt III interview, because we had him on for, what, about 25 minutes? Was that what we had? Yeah. So if you missed that, go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. Also, there's a TMA STL app you can download, and of course you can watch the show, which Andy is now experiencing, that there's people in the YouTube chat.
Yes.
Both on 101 ESPN's YouTube chat and TMA STL's. Andy, I know you were listening. Anything stand out to you from the Cardinal president?
You know, I was talking to the guy in the back room because...
The guy in the back room.
Well, this is my guy. He worked with Steve in D.C. Once he told me that, I had so many questions for him.
Yeah, the Midnight.
That's Mike Ryder.
That's Mike Ryder.
He's very fast. It's like I'm
very formal introduction process
for a long
here.
time, and I'd say all the names are kind of coming into fruition here. So no,
that's Tim. That's Jackson.
Yeah, no, I know that. So I wasn't able to really hear a bunch, but he was telling me like what an incredible interview it was, and that he's been going long. I'm like, keep it going, because people want to hear from Bill DeWitt. Listen, when the Cardinals are going through a time like this, when they're at a stage where they're probably not comfortable being in, and they're not used to being in, where the fan base is kind of just like, okay, we've kind of had enough.
Angry or apathetic.
Yeah, it's like, okay, we're going to move on, or you're going to fix it. It's one or the other. We're not just going to continue to come out and go downtown to go to a baseball game unless things change. So I felt like he answered the questions head on. I think they finally are aware, and not just aware, but going to act on it and try to find a way to kind of get back to the things that made it work for so long, you know?
What do you think, Martin? Anything stand out to you from the conversation?
I think the fact that he was pointing out what we all know, that on the baseball side, again, he is the business side, that they've made so many mistakes evaluating players, and he said they used to come here and have career years. Whether even a Jeff Weaver down the stretch, he's right. They would always find somebody, a Kent Bottenfield, and they would just...
Woody Williams is one of the greatest examples.
From the San Diego Padres.
Total scrap heap. Oh, you got a report I didn't know about.
Everybody's strict guy.
He came from San Diego, didn't he?
Yes, absolutely.
He was so good down the stretch. They'd always get that guy every year.
Yes, that Dave Duncan would find something with, and he'd kill it.
Walt Jocketty. I never understood the trade deadline, because they always had the trade deadline in baseball, and the Cardinals would get like the best player available well after the trade deadline.
Larry Walker, 2004.
Yes. Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
Was he not an August edition?
No, he was July 31st.
Was he?
Yeah.
He'd have J.D. Drew get beer for him in the clubhouse.
Him and Ankiel were the waiters. Yeah, we were spending some time
I remember asking
together.
him to come on. I was working at KMOX with Bernie. I said, can you come on tonight? He's like, I'm fishing. Like in the middle of the season. So.
And he probably wasn't even that nice about it either.
Absolutely not.
He'll come on the show. But last year I had him on the podcast, and he said, can we wait a week? I'm hog hunting. And I said, sure. And then he sends me a picture of a bunch of dead hogs.
Always nice to get.
It's a big deal.
Is that a little different than the pictures you're getting in the text inbox?
Yes, quite different.
What stood out to me, I thought the answer that he elaborated on the most, which, I was just curious what his thoughts were, is how much the criticism has impacted him emotionally. I mean, it wasn't like he began to weep or anything, but when it's your father and it's your family business, and you feel like you had been doing some great things, not just with the organization, but also with building up downtown, which is certainly in a different trajectory than what it had been when they bought the organization. He went into detail on that question, which I wasn't necessarily expecting.
You know what I realized? These guys that run professional sports, no matter how much success you have, your legacy is almost defined by how you leave it, I mean, Doug Armstrong talks about that all the time, that he wants to make sure that he leaves the Blues in a better place than where it was when he got it, and his run's been fantastic. They obviously win the Cup. You look at DeWitt and all the success that they've had, but if they were to leave with the situation being what it is right now, that's the feeling that people are left with if they were to leave today, right? So I could see that. That's his dad. That's his family. They're proud of what they've done with the Cardinals. The Cardinals are obviously a proud franchise, have been for a long time. There's really no excuse for the Cardinals to kind of just get to the point to where they are right now. And I don't know how easy it is in today's climate in baseball to get back up there.
I thought also was of note, speaking to the point that they're at right now, Andy, is that while they're losing $17 million in what was projected revenue a couple of years ago from that $75 million television deal, that he said that they're going to project to lose even more on the attendance side. So now that means that's a minimum of, if we were to operate on the premise of, okay, 18 million as a minimum, might be even more. That's 35 million off of the top line, and that helps to explain where their position is. Now, a counter to that might be, okay, well, it doesn't have to be that way. If you go out and invest in a roster, you can get the people back in the door and then tend to that attendance situation. But clearly that is not what the plan is, because they're going to take some of those dollars and invest in the player development system.
And I think also the long-term commitment that they're going to be here. I mean, you get the text all day. I get the text all day. You know, whether it was Dave Stewart, whether it was Stan Kroenke.
The Kroenke thing was unbelievable.
Everybody's saying it's happening. I'm like, explain that business model to me. One of the most hated owners, well, the most hated owner in the history of the town, buys the cherished franchise and then says, come on down and support my team. I don't know that I get the business model there, unless it was to tank the team and try to move it. I think MLB might have a little more of a spine than the NFL about the Cardinal franchise leaving St. Louis. So I don't think that's in play.
We have plenty to get to, as Andy Strickland is our guest here on the program in studio.
He's thinking boring, aren't you?
No, I'm actually just mesmerized by everything going on in here.
I mean, probably Jackson, the fact that Jackson's like staring into an eclipse over there.
It's brutal.
Can you see?
No.
Well, we can close the blinds.
I'm going to close the blinds.
Not only is like the heat of it coming, I can't see like any of the buttons on the board because the glare. It's a whole thing over here,
How about
Andy.
this, Martin? What a compliment this is. Just finished the DeWitt interview. Terrific stuff. I may go back to the ballpark again. Good job to the third, and great questions, boys. And that's from Tiny PP. When you get an endorsement from Tiny PP, you know, Andy, I don't know if you've ever experienced that.
Not often, but I will tell you that I got a couple text messages from some friends of mine today who are listeners, and they're like, just so you know, if you get a text from this name, that's me. Everyone has like character
they have a
names.
yes.
Everyone has character names.
Martin's learning it. Jackson has debated whether or not to let Martin see the text because he doesn't want to distract him. But the good news is, with me, Doug, and Martin at this point, we expect it, we understand it, we support it. Express yourself in whatever fashion you'd like.
Strick will be at the game tomorrow, Enterprise Center. We've got the Blues, and they're taking on a team. The Washington Capitals, I believe, are the squad tomorrow. You watch. You'll be down there, and somebody will be like, hey, Strick, what's up? Great job on TMA. And you're like, oh, thanks. They're like, yeah, I was Uncle Jimmy's broken hockey stick. And you'll say, oh, that was you.
I was
okay.
JD's chest hair.
Yes.
Bernie Federko's going to join us coming up on the program. Doug Vaughn is vacationing. Andy Strickland in with us. And Doug wanted to tell you about Munganess St. Louis Acura while he's in California.
Doug Vaughn here from Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. You know, it's really valuable when you have a car guy. You just have someplace to take your car, and you know they're going to treat you right. Sooner or later, you're going to need service. You're going to need maintenance on a car. And whether you got your car at St. Louis Acura or Alton Toyota, it doesn't matter. They work on all makes and models, and they do it great. They'll take great care of you. You know what else they have? They got a great waiting room with a lot of snacks there. I've been there a couple times, and I don't want my car to be ready. I want to just keep eating there. They've got great snacks there. I'm going to give you a number that'll get you straight to the muckety mucks. That's 314-252-0029. You have a problem with your car and you want to make sure the right guys know about it, 314-252-0029. That'll go to Jamie Burkhardt or Peter Munganask or Ryan Seiberg there in the service department. It's just a great dealership to have in your back pocket. Put it on your contact list because you're going to need them at some point, and they're going to be right there to service you. That's stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
There is Doug. He will be back in studio on Monday. Andy Strickland with us throughout the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. Looking forward to the conversation with Andy here. Bernie Federko going to join us as well for Missouri fans and college football fans. Gabe DeArmond brought to you by James Carlton coming up at 10:15. And then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. Missed anything? We've had Robert Thomas on and Bill DeWitt III. Go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app and TMA STL app. 2 separate apps for you. All right, Bernie Federko coming up. Andy Strickland going to be with us throughout the hour. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. I've gotten to know Dan at Aesthetic Design and Build, and he is a really good guy. Went out to their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and then I had them come to my house because I'm interested in doing business with them as well. The best thing about Aesthetic Design and Build, outside of the fact that they have the track record that they have in the market to build high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years, is they're just not going to have a high-pressure sales tactic. That's a turnoff. In my scene. These are good guys, and they have built a really credible business. You can call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at Aesthetic Design and Build and let them know that I sent you their way. They have a really strong referral base from customers who have had great experiences with Aesthetic Design and Build over the years. And for the most part, if someone has used Aesthetic Design and Build for one project when they move or buy another home, then they use them for the next project as well. That is credibility. Once you get to know them, you'll know exactly why I'm talking them up. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com or give them a call at 636-532-5008. Aesthetic Design and Build. Welcome back, TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you, Doug Vaughn vacationing, Andy Strickland joining us for the 5P Academy, Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines, the Hall of Famer, Bernie Federko. Morning, Bernie.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys?
We are wonderful. Thank you for joining us on the program. People want to hear Andy and Bernie talk hockey.
You want to leave, Tim?
Yeah, I think we should. I've been wanting to use the restroom for the last hour. But furthermore, I want to hear Andy and Bernie talk about last night's game as well, because that was obviously it was tough, but I want to get your perspective on all that went down in the final 7 minutes, in particular with number 25.
Well, listen, he's not a rookie anymore. I'm not going to make it an excuse for Jordan Kyrou because he helped him get back into the game. First off, he scored a beautiful goal, and that's the thing he'll do for you, right? He's going to make a great play and score a goal and have you all wowed, and then maybe frustrate you at the same time. But we've seen less of that, I think, this season, even though a couple of them have ended up in the back of the net. So it's been magnified. It happened a couple of games ago, too. Yeah. Although that was like a bobbled puck. You know, he just kind of lost control of it. It wasn't a turnover. Last night was a turnover where he inexplicably tried to move the puck behind him versus just get the puck in deep. You're at the end of the period. You battled back. Just get a point. Get a point out of the game. So for a guy with his type of experience, listen, you don't have Robert Thomas. You guys had him on earlier. Those are the type of guys that you need to step up and help you get points right now.
We woke him up, by the way. We woke Robert up.
Did you?
I think so.
Was he sleeping? Was he not interested in doing the
No, he was happy to do it. I think we actually woke him up.
So that was tough. That's one of the ones. Listen, I'm defending Jordan Kyrou a lot, probably more than most people.
Somebody texted in, Strick will defend Kyrou.
Last night was difficult to defend. It was a beautiful goal, great pass by Buchnevich, but then to turn the puck over in that situation, veteran guys, you need to understand
what do you think,
time on the
Bernie?
clock,
What do you do with a guy who has so much talent but can also make mistakes? How do you handle that?
Well, you're going to make mistakes. I mean, he was trying to make a play. I mean, yeah, so you got to kind of look at. I mean, experience will tell you that you've got to make better decisions when the game is tied with 3 minutes left in the game, especially in this era with overtime, 3-on-3, and the success that the Blues really have 3-on-3. The worst thing you want to do is turn over the puck. But I mean, I will say that, you know, Gunther made a nice play on it. He got his stick on it, deflected it, and, you know, everybody's moving north at that point in time, and everybody kind of got caught going the wrong way. So, yes, I mean, Jordan is the culprit on it, but, you know, he's going to make those mistakes because he's trying to score a goal. He's trying to make offense happen. But these are the things that are the learning curve that he's on, and you know what, he needs to keep scoring goals. I mean, there's no question about it. And what the goals that he's scored have been great plays, not by him the last 2 games. I mean, Schenn made a great pass to him 2 games ago. He scored his goal, and last night that was all about Buchnevich beating 4 guys and then making a pass to him where all he's doing is shooting it. So, but you have to have the snipers out there. So these are going to happen, and unfortunately for Jordan, you know, it happened in Philly. He turned it over. It happened last night. So I think he's under the microscope a little bit more, and especially when the Blues aren't scoring and getting scored, they're losing. They're either winning by a goal or losing by a goal. So I think the margin of error is so slim right now, and it's unfortunate for him. But I mean, it's not that he's trying to turn the puck over; he's trying to make a play. So these things are going to happen.
I feel like we always hear the Blues need to play their game, and then they'll describe a heavy game, a lot of hitting, or, you know, putting the puck down the ice and then hitting and getting after the puck. Does every team say the same thing, or is it unique to the Blues' skill set?
No, I think what's happening, Martin, right now is that they're trying to find their identity. I mean, what is this team? I mean, they're not a finesse team, and obviously with Robert Thomas out, I mean, with Broberg out now, right now, they maybe have to change a little. Maybe they could be a little more fancy with the skill that they have in the lineup. But right now, they're a blue collar team that needs to play blue collar hockey, and that's by getting the puck in and grinding and hitting and doing the little things. And I think we're seeing that out of especially the third and fourth lines. I mean, Fox is fine. I mean, Walker's been really good. Toropchenko. I mean, those guys are scoring goals because they're playing their type of hockey, and it's working. And right now, I don't know exactly what the identity of the team is. And I think it's changed a little because of the injuries, but I think that they have to find that. And I think the only way that they're probably going to be successful is playing for these 1-0 games, these low scoring close games, because they don't have a lot of skill in the lineup that is going to score goals. So I think that's probably why everybody's talking about that. I mean, Drew Bannister is talking about that. We need to be more physical. We need to be, play for a 1-0 game. And I think that's kind of what the identity of this team maybe has to go to right now.
Yeah. Hey, Bernie, it's and they were dealing with that even before the injuries because of all the new faces and trying to get some chemistry with one another. And now you compound the problems with the injuries. But, you're not playing Florida or the Rangers or Vegas last night. It's Utah. They're not a great team. They're not an elite team. You get outshot 14-2, I think, in the second period, 31-15 in the game. What is it that you're seeing? And just in terms of the lack of pressure offensively and sustained, offensive zone time?
Well, I think that everybody's not on the same page right now, Andy, and I think that that's what has to happen. I mean, they are not going to score off the rush right now, and I think we saw that maybe early in the year that they were thinking that they could score off the rush, and I think we saw at times, especially with Robert in the lineup, that they can score off the rush. I think there's been a lot of turnovers right inside the blue line or just outside the blue line, going into the offensive zone because guys are thinking that they can make the play, but they're getting stood up. And when you get stand up, you stood up, you got to throw the puck in and you got to go get it back. And I'm, as I said, the third and fourth lines are doing that. I think maybe with the first couple of lines, I know Shen's going to do that all the time, dump it in, and Neighbors is going to do the same thing. But sometimes I think with Buchnevich, he wants to carry it in because that's his skill. That's what he should be doing. And when you're getting the plays broken up at the blue line, all of a sudden it's a transition back the other way, and now all of a sudden you've got chances coming against you. And I think that's what happened last night. They just didn't get the puck into places where they could retrieve it. Consequently, you get 15 shots on goal. And I think it's sometimes, especially on the power play, get the puck to the net. I mean, don't be trying to do the tic-tac-toe when your power play is struggling. Everybody should have that mentality. As soon as it's going back to the point, find a way to get it. Three forwards are going to the front of the net. Find a way to get it through there, and we're going to battle and try to get a rebound and score an ugly goal. And I don't see enough of that right now. And I think that they need to get back to be in that team that wants to score off an ugly goal.
All we need is Timmy Paps, and this would be a FanDuel pregame production meeting. We had Andy Strickland, Bernie Federko, need Rivs and JK to come down the hall. Most importantly, Bernie, who's more dapper on there, you or Strick? Both are very well-dressed gentlemen.
Wow, what a question.
I wonder if there's even a little battle each night. You walk in, see what Bernie's wearing. Bernie sees what Strick's wearing. Oh, somebody was over at Bespoken today or whatever.
Hey, David's a good tailor. We got the same tailor. I like Andy's. I like the one he was wearing the 3-piece the other night. That was really, really nice.
All right.
Yeah, I went with the vest for the first time.
I think that's a sharp
Toronto
look.
was in town, so
you got to up your game for the Leafs. If it's an original 6 franchise, you go vest.
That's right.
To wear hockey pant these days, Tim, you have to hike what we would used to call high waters, and you don't wear socks.
No
so
socks.
Every player that walks in, you can see all the ankle. There's no sock, and it used to be a high water. That's the look. And then the coats are super tight.
Yeah,
I've got a few of those. It has to do with gaining weight, but the super tight coat is also the Canadian look. Both gentlemen, a couple of my favorites. Bernie, we'll see you at the rink soon.
Always a pleasure, Martin. You guys have a great day, and we will talk to you soon.
There he is, Bernie Federko with us here on the program.
He's the best, man.
He is.
Said a pleasure to Martin, just to be.
Yeah, I noticed that. Didn't say pleasure to you.
You know who's
Andy,
playing
or me,
good though is Perryville, by the way. I will give him a shout out. Not all negative.
Yeah.
Put him on Hockey
622
Canada.
Blue. This is his thing.
Put him on Hockey Canada's roster.
622 Blue.
Oh, do you get accused of holding rights?
No, but I will say that like all the Canadian journalists who are putting out their rosters right now, I really think he's close to being a lock just from people I talk to, and his name's never included. And he may be as close to being a lock as a lot of other guys.
People were mad. So you got Strick sitting there talk hockey. Somebody else said, Andrew, what is Pronger's text-in handle? Because Prongs always called him Andrew.
Prongs is telling us how to make millions of dollars right now.
Is that right?
With his financial advice that he puts on Instagram.
Listen, folks, if you want to make millions, here's what you do.
Why does Chris Pronger sound like my father?
You take your $10 million and you move it over to this account. Like,
That's right.
Gosh, that's how it works. Pronger called. No, he texted in. Strick and I are doing a show. Andy used to also do a real estate show back in the day, and you had a lot of real estate.
He was living like
in
Edmonton
Delaware
or Anaheim or something.
And we started talking about how he was moving back and building a house near Old Warson. We were just talking, and he texts Andy and says, "Tell Kilcoyne to stay out of my housing business."
He would be a friend of the program.
Yeah.
That guy busts balls with the all-time greats.
Surprise goes. Yeah. And somebody else wants to know if you're wearing a Yuri Laterra hat. You've got a J and an L on your hat.
Oh, no. This is a company, it's a guy out of Cincinnati. It's called Local Legend. It's like represents the local legend in every community. Could be a fireman, could be a coach, could be a teacher, could be anything.
I got to tell you, I like the cap.
Yeah,
I think it's a sharp-looking cap.
LL.
All right, I'm sure we got a break. I just know that that's the case.
What's the big win, Jackson?
JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Maybe this is what Pronger's talking about, the real estate business. That's what Jeff Lotman is in, and he's been in for the last couple of decades. He's got close to $500 billion in real estate sales in St. Louis. So if you are looking to buy a home, he has the connections. And if you are looking to sell your home, same deal. He's part of the Compass Realty family. And Compass is the #1 luxury brand in the St. Louis area. Now, here's the deal. You go luxury, well, that's a price point thing, but it's not. It's about the experience, and that's what he provides, plus the knowledge and the connections. I've gotten to know Jeff quite well. He is a loyal TMA listener, so if you're looking to buy or sell a home, go to JEFFLOTTMANN.com. That's JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Andy Strickland in studio with us for the 9 o'clock hour. Martin has a thing at 10 o'clock, which means Jackson and I get to recreate Balloon Party in the 10 o'clock hour. Gabe DeArmond at 10:15, Missouri, Oklahoma tomorrow, weekend of college football that I'm excited about, but Jackson's crapping on. And then we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
I think the great producer Joe said it. Some people like certain things, some people like other things, but everybody likes one thing, and that's Schnucks. Schnucks is a great place to go for your groceries. Hang out there. They got music on the weekend. They got a grill going on at the DePere location. Schnucks right now also having the big 3-day sale. We're into day 2 of the red hot deals. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Today, by all accounts, is Friday. It's day 2 of the Schnucks Deals and Steals, the best specials going on right now. A lot of these are tailored towards your favorite items. Make sure you take advantage of the huge savings. Keep your eyes and ears open for the next Deals and Steals. I like this. We like games. We like things that rhyme. Deals and Steals, that's the sale going on at Schnucks right now. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Smithfield Bacon, 12-ounce package for $2.99. Limit 3. Folgers Coffee, all those canisters, all varieties, $7.99. Limit 3 as well. Download the app, save money. Schnucks, your neighborhood friendly grocery store. And right now, the best deals and steals are going on. That's Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You got 2 days left, today and tomorrow. Stop by Schnucks.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Bucks defeat the Jazz last night, 123-100. You're going to need to check your watch because it's Dame time. 34 points, 7 assists, and 4 steals. That was our Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Boy, this Jackson Burkett, but he just got an endorsement from Andy Strickland. Jackson, how's that feel?
Very good.
Action Jackson.
There he is.
Thank you.
Kidding me?
Vanity.
I like Johnny Londoff. Give him a shout out.
He gives the NBA scores, and he's proud of who he is.
I can't change, what they say, is it a zebra can't change their stripes or a tiger?
You can use either one. I don't think anybody really cares.
Okay, well, either animal, they can't change their stripes, nor can I. Go Tigers, though.
Fight Tiger! Woo! Gabe DeArmond coming up at 10:15. Jackson, what business do I need? Because I want to ask Andy some questions. I see Harrison's brother Master is dying to get his opinions on Kyrou. He is on a mission on 25. But what business? Because I know Martin has things that he has to do. What do we got to do? I want to make sure I'm on. I don't even know what segment we're in.
This is 9-3.
9-3, Andy.
Martin's going to tell us about Design Air.
9-3, checking in, 9-3. I want to tell you about Design Air. You hear all about them because they are the longest-running TMA sponsor. You should still
a decade.
Do business with them anyway.
Oh, right there.
Yeah,
That's
fourth generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp, the whole family have served over tens of thousands going back to 1904. It is that time of year that furnace will be cranking pretty soon for months. It's hockey season. Strick knows that, although he actually says it in July, too. It's hockey season year-round. I equate that with it getting colder out, meaning the furnace better be in good shape. And if it's not, you need to go to the fine folks at Design Air for all your HVAC needs. It's designair.net. Real simple. Go online. Easy to schedule your appointment online. We all know Seth. We know about Design Air. They've got that email of the day. They never upsell. In fact, they train their employees not to upsell. Many are trained, in fact, to upsell. They do the exact opposite there. They want their reputation to continue to be sterling. I added that word, sterling.
Sterling.
I kind of like that word.
He was a caller, wasn't he?
I actually think he was a
Sterling.
I'm going to go down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, I remember Sterling.
We'll
Yeah,
talk
of course.
Sterling and Thurman and Baby O in just a minute. But first, it's designair.net for all your HVAC needs. Set up an appointment online.
Yeah, send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It comes your way at 10:45. Gabe with us at 10:15. All right, Harrison's brother, Master, Andy. 2 questions. Please ask Andy. Will the team trade Jordan Kyrou before the no-trade kicks in? And will Jim Montgomery be the next head coach of the team?
Ooh, that's a great question. A big fan of Monty. Tough start there in Boston. Who knows how that's going to play out? Drew Bannister is the coach right now, so we'll see. We'll see how that plays. I know they've got a lot of respect for Jim Montgomery. And he's got a lot of roots here in St. Louis. I know he'd love to come back here.
Let me throw you a curveball real quick.
Yeah.
If the Bruins lose to the Leafs in the first round, what happens?
He's probably out.
Right. And so,
if he even makes
it, where I'm going?
If he even makes it to the playoffs, some people think he may be out by Thanksgiving.
But what I'm saying is, if he would have last time, and then would the Blues have gone that direction?
Possibly.
All right. So
Possibly.
you're with me on that. All right. I'll get out of the way. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Harrison's brother Masters been waiting for you to answer.
And I do think, sometimes, it's like the coach you choose is based on where you're at as an organization.
Yes. Yeah.
And who's available, all of that. But you know what? At the same time, I will say this about Drew Bannister. Last season, he earned the job. I think he was 31-19, something like that. Power play was much better than it was before he took over. So I think he did a lot of good things, and he earned the job at the same time. Kyrou, even Bernie's talking about it, but at the same time, he's not a rookie. He's not a young player anymore. He's a veteran. You've got injuries. And, hey, the best players in the game understand how to play time and score. Last night was just an issue where he didn't. You can't turn the puck over in that situation. I know you're trying to score, and you're trying to make plays. But as they say in football, sometimes you got to live to play another down, and you just better make sure you're putting pucks in good places and good areas of the ice, especially when you're not bringing your A game. You're not having a good game, but you're tied and you're in position to potentially win the game in overtime. Just get the puck in deep and see if you can create a scoring chance there. That was not an intelligent play. I think he'll be the first to admit it.
Who goes to him and says, hey, get your head on straight or keep your head up? I think he's a kid who kind of gets down. Yeah. Is that Schenner? Is that Otter? I can't come up with any more nicknames. Is it Fanny? Who does that?
I think probably all of the above. I'll tell you one guy who's a big leader in there who probably doesn't get enough credit for it is Jordan Binnington. You know, I mean, Jordan Benton as a goaltender, you don't always.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising area.
You don't always kind of, look at a goalie to be that guy. But, he's a guy who will pull a player aside. We saw that a couple of games ago with Matt Kessel during a TV timeout, and Kessel comes back out and makes a play that leads to a goal. So I think he can do that. But, sometimes you don't have to say anything. Jordan Kyrou, he's not 21 years old anymore, man. He's 25, 26. He's in the prime of his career. He understands. He's played in big games, and he's had a lot of success. The hardest thing to do in hockey is score goals. He can score goals at a high level, but sometimes it's the other parts of the game. And Drew Bannister talked about it yesterday morning that he loves his team game. He feels like he's really improved in other areas that he was deficient in. He's a plus player going into last night's game. He was +3 going into last night's game. So he's made some adjustments, and he's gotten better in that area. Last night was a tough one, though.
Harrison's brother Master really wants to know, will he survive the no-trade clause and be a member of the
It's tough to answer that in early November. Let's see where they're at.
Well, this show holds people accountable, so we're going to need an answer.
I know.
Yeah, that's correct. That's
I know.
kind of the way that it works. Chairman Kurt's our muscle in the past. I guess what is going on the whole...
Hey, you better have somebody who can replace him at the same time. If this guy's going to score 30, 35 goals a year, with the cap going up at $8 million, it's really not a bad contract. You just got to have players who can replace him. And more importantly, if you were to make a deal, what are you getting back? You're
Andrew,
not just trading him for a first-round pick.
Yeah, let's
take some calls.
Do you want to take calls? You want to go bananas?
Let's go old school.
By the way, shout out the Fireside Chats post-game on FanDuel when they let Andy sit at the desk and the player sits down.
I saw you had Bennington in there.
And those interviews are great because they're longer form, and you'll ask them. So you even said to Bennington, you skated over and kind of yelled at Kessel, what was that about? You'll bring up a topic, even if it's a little uncomfortable.
Longer than the producers probably want.
Oh, is that right in your ear?
Timmy Pep, let's go.
Rap!
Strick's like, this is my time to shine.
Chairman Kurt was over there fielding phone calls. That's something that we have brought to 101 ESPN, is taking live calls.
You got a bigger staff than I have. Big staff here.
And I get the sense that this one might be a live one. Martin, what do we got going on here, Chairman?
I hate to... it would throw the conversation that we're currently in kind of off
this show
track.
is known for its strict format.
Yeah, so if we want to go a little ADHD, Kyle on the phone was bringing up a lot of good points. So if you want to go to Kyle, I think he's
Bring Kyle in. Let's go.
Callier and Thompson phone lines. Kyle with us now here on 101 ESPN.
Good morning, guys. I love your show.
Oh, thank you. God bless you, gentlemen.
I want to hear all your guys' opinion about this afterwards. Jackson, I really enjoy his thought process of all sports. Not to say nothing about any of you guys, but I just want to hear all of your guys' opinion.
Is this my dad?
Don't you guys think, as far as the Cardinals already having, McGreevy and Pinkence coming up, that we have 3/4 of our pitching staff already in place, and our defense could do a lot of the work and win a lot of the games this year? What about separating our whole entire team finally and just hitting the ball from your chest to your belly button and hitting? These guys are talented hitters, right?
Absolutely.
Why not come up for 6 months and use from your chest to your belly button? And Altuve, we all knew him, and he was we knew him from the American League all the way through the National League, but now he's hitting home runs. I enjoyed Matt Carpenter when he was hitting the ball. When he came up and he was the engine, he was the, leadoff guy of our team. And if he'd get on, we'd score a couple of runs in the first inning. And that's what you need.
Are you rapping the... was it Tom?
Let me just ask you guys. Let me ask you this.
News and traffic on the ones coming up.
No, I appreciate the call. I'll probably blog most of that later.
Yeah.
It's a BFib check-in.
Strauss.
That really was a curve. I did not expect
Kyle,
the
thank you,
conversation.
Kyle. I appreciate the call, and I agree.
Chris, 3 days earlier.
We need more Jackson takes. I would agree with that.
Jackson's the star of the show. I realize that.
Really.
As he wears the C on his sweater over there.
I've never really thought about hitting from the abdomen or the chest, but I like the take.
Chest to the belly button.
Chris,
get this mother effer off the air. That's from the Oakville Hoosier.
Are you sure that's not about me or Andy?
It could be on any of us.
That was the origins of Ask Tony. People would call Cam Wexler, and you worked there to ask the manager questions. And no matter how random they were, Tony would act very polite. Tony, I think the guy should be baling hay during the weekdays to build up strength. Yeah, I've been talking to Walt about it, and they're like, what? No, what? So I appreciate all calls.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Chairman Kurt, for fielding said call.
Appreciate that.
Strick, the Cam and Strick podcast, by the way, has exploded in the hockey world.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's like Chuckles Marlowe and his auto racing thing, and you and Cam and this, the podcast.
Yeah, we have fun with it. We have fun.
How the hell that starts?
Which is important. You know, he and I talked about it a long time ago, and then I don't know how it started. Then one day we just talked. The Blues won the Cup, actually at Pat Maroon's Stanley Cup party, which was way out in the country.
Oh, I bet.
And we had a great time that night, and I think shortly after that, it was like, hey, let's try this out. Let's just do it. Our first episode was with Ryan O'Reilly, and Mike Caruso was like, we're not doing this like every week. We're not offering players.
That's generous executive Mike Caruso.
And now he's like a
loyal
regular
listener.
Sure. Yeah, he is. So that was the first one. We didn't know how it was going to go. Then we started doing them out of my basement. Then my good buddies Conrad and Lance Sansone over there at the Normal Brand, they let us use one of their dressing rooms for like a month.
Wow.
And then we finally got a studio in Clayton, and now we're in Creve Coeur. So it's been great, man. We have a lot of fun. Cam's one of a kind.
Great guess.
Yes.
Didn't Ty Domi say something and it exploded?
That was one of the first ones.
And everybody in Canada said, whoa, my gosh.
He called Scott Stevens the biggest phony to ever play in the NHL or something like that.
Got the clicks.
So, how about that? And that really took off. And then we've had a number of those where players have come on and just said something like just completely out of nowhere. Like we're not even asking them to say anything crazy, and they say something crazy and it takes off.
They get comfortable. It's the best, man. It's a great listen.
Yeah, appreciate
major
that.
recommendation. The Quenneville interview last year was a big one.
That news, actually.
I know. Cam wasn't on that one. That was that was an exclusive interview. I felt bad because
was that the terms that Quenneville laid out?
It was just like, I think for something like this, and then I don't think Cam loved it at first, but then Cam was like, that's probably the best idea for that type of situation. But Cam brings so much to the table, man. He is
he's one of my favorite human beings.
He's fun, man. He is fun. Yeah,
he is just the greatest.
Hilarious.
I'm happy for you guys, man.
Yeah,
Tip of the
appreciate
like I said, Chuckles with his auto racing thing.
My little brothers have all exploded in the media world.
Yeah, how about that, Martin?
Strick's my guy.
Hey, podcasting is the way to go, though. I realize that. I don't know why
and
we
hosting
didn't know
on 101.
Yeah,
Right
that is
kind of right up there
too.
You didn't miss a beat there. It was really nice.
But I mean, you really haven't had a boss in a while. I mean, everyone has a boss, I guess, but it's kind of nice.
There's a perception that I haven't.
I'm pretty sure Timmy answers to me. There'll be a Cam Avenue phone call after this.
Is that Chris Pronger or is that my dad?
Oh, we got to get Pronger on this show.
Yeah.
Has he done your podcast?
He has twice,
absolutely.
actually.
Did he give financial advice?
No, but
telling
he
people
gave
how to
a lot
make
of
millions
other
by starting
advice.
with millions?
Yeah, it was actually hilarious.
Yeah, he is the best.
Mm-hmm.
That guy was a ball buster.
At 5:50, it was Dan Dierdorf's 75th birthday, and they did a big special, and one of the guests would be Dan. And he's on the show, and I said, this would be hilarious. I'll have Pronger call in, because those two are like best friends, Dan Dierdorf and Chris Pronger, and they're 25 years apart at least. And at the end of, Pronger's being funny, and Dierdorf's very funny, I said, this was really awesome, Prongs. I'm so glad we were able to bring you two together. He said, Martin, you realize I have my own cell phone. I can call Dan anytime I want. I don't need you idiots to... Well, thanks for doing it anyway. Thanks for joining us. He is the best.
Yeah. We miss the personalities.
I wanted him on the broadcast, just a handful of games, just every once in a while, a Pronger appearance. And I want Ribs to do all the games, but every once in a while, just a Pronger appearance. That was my theory.
Yeah.
Hockey Sense still out there on YouTube, I think.
Hockey Sense today. We're going to talk a lot about this new this rule now, where kids who were typically ineligible to play college hockey now can play college hockey. Those who were playing major junior in Canada. And Jamal Mayers will join me too.
And Jamal Mayers. By the way, Strick's best Hockey Sense interview was Patrick Berglund, emotional because he missed out on the cup, and it really hit him hard. People can go find that. That's
really?
It's really interesting.
And we had him on the podcast too, which was incredible.
Download
also.
it right now, Andy.
But the interview Cam and I did with him was even better. He got emotional then. He said that he was going to take I think he said, I'm going to take the first effing bird I can find, and I'm going to come. I'll be there for the Stanley Cup final. And he didn't come for the Stanley Cup final. But then Cam and I had him on the podcast separate from that interview, and he was unbelievable because he left like $13 million on the table. Just basically one day just left the team in Buffalo. So he never got over the fact that he was not a St. Louis Blue. His agent dropped the ball, didn't send in the no-trade list on time.
Right.
Oh.
And so then it gave Doug Armstrong the open door to trade him to Buffalo, and that's not where he wanted to go.
Army's all business.
So is this from May of 2019?
That would have been the Hockey Sense one, which was
All
People
right.
were texting me during that.
That was the first time he talked.
I'm going to give you another gift card this week.
We got a wrap. I don't think we're still in the 9 o'clock
Is this
hour.
10-1 or 9? This is 9-4.
This is segment 3.
Thanks for having me, fellas.
Thanks for coming in, man. And I think Martin's leaving with you, too. He always has a thing at 10 o'clock.
And congrats on all your guys' success, too, and jumping over here to 101.
Thank you.
And Action
Thanks, Andy.
Jackson
Appreciate
for all
it.
you're doing, man.
My man.
Great
So
stuff.
That's Andy Strickland. Martin, you're heading out. You're getting down to Columbia
I'm
early.
actually meeting with a client.
Oh, look
and
at
then
that.
I'll head directly to Booch's.
Yes.
And then my family said, "Did you forget to take us?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm already here."
Just
ask Uncle Rich if he can give you a ride.
Join you. Balloon party recreation in the 10 o'clock hour. Gabe DeArmond at 10:15. Tim McKernan, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you as we go into the 10 o'clock hour. Brought to you by Munganest, St. Louis Acura, Munganest, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Jackson just informed me that we are still in the 9 o'clock hour, despite it being 10:05.
You know, it was a big day. It's a big day.
It has been a big day. The
been a
day
big day.
continues, though. The Colonel's going to join us at 10:15.
Can't wait.
And a balloon party reunion here with my ally, Chairman Kurt, in studio taking phone calls. Wonderful calls as well on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Gabe DeArmond going to join us. Brought to you by James Carlton, coming up at 10:15. Missouri and Oklahoma. Guess we get to make our college football picks. Sucks that Martin got out of here without getting his college football picks.
Yeah, seriously.
In.
After
it's like
going
a dunk on him again.
1-5 last week. We'll do that after the Colonel.
Oh, you kind of crap on Martin when he leaves. You guys got a very wobbly alliance, whereas Chairman Kurt and I
would never do that to you, Tim.
Flip that off.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, well, that's how you keep picking
But he's doing a damn good job on the phone lines.
Yeah.
Chris or Kyle,
Yeah,
whoever.
he broke into programming by saying we got to get that one on.
That was good.
I saw
Well
you
done.
over there like laughing uproariously. Strickland's like breaking down things, and I go, I think we got to go to the phone lines. I don't know what the hell's going on, but something's going on. Hey, Doug's vacationing, and he'll be back in studio on Monday. But before he headed out, he wanted people to know about our phone line sponsor. Well, Bill DeWitt was a guest earlier in the program, and in addition to Bernie Federko and Robert Thomas, and it's all sponsored by Callier and Thompson.
Doug Vaughn here for Collier & Thompson. They are your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets, appliances, and countertops in the business. When Collier & Thompson walks away from a job, you will be super happy and have a remodel that lasts a lifetime. Maybe you don't need an entire kitchen redone. Maybe you just want an appliance or two, but you're worried that some of the new, bigger appliances won't fit into the current space you have. Collier & Thompson does that kind of work all the time with their carpenters and electricians. They can make sure that any new appliance will fit in your space. They carry Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero, all the top appliances. Everything they do is absolutely first rate. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They won a Torch Award for ethics. Collier & Thompson just does it right. If you ever had a room done by them, you know what I'm talking about. They are the best in town at what they do. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality, online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. Hey, MD 2020 just said in the YouTube chat, TMA STL YouTube chat. So I like that Mizzou shirt Jackson has on.
Thank you. Yeah,
it also is kind of, I was about to say, that's old school as well.
Super vintage, yeah. Big old tiger on the side. Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
All right, God bless America. What are you doing for the game tomorrow?
I'll just watch some buddies here.
Oatmeal?
No, Oatmeal's in D.C.
Private Citizen Pete, probably.
Yeah, MPK, the Frog Dad.
Frog Dad will be there. That's good. You can email in on the Frog Dad the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up at 10:45. Gabe DeArmond coming up in our Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. If you missed the Bill DeWitt interview, that is a major recommendation. It's the Schaefer Door Company, 101 ESPN app. And they also are the sponsor of the TMA STL app. We also have our own app, so you can go back and listen anytime you would like, but that's a major recommendation. I'm thrilled that people loved that interview as much as they did. Why do you? I didn't ask you. Why do you think that resonated with people as much? I mean, you've been with me for 5 years, so you've heard plenty of nonsense. So what do you think worked there for Bill DeWitt? Because did Martin say this on air or off air? I don't think he'd mind me saying if it was off air. I said, hey, I was texting with Bill. He appreciated the conversation. Yeah. And Martin said, yeah. I texted. He said, thank you for the platform. It's like they wanted to say some of this stuff.
For sure. I think some fans probably have a little fatigue hearing very similar kinds of talk when it comes to, and I'm not trying to put it all on Mozeliak, but he is the one talking a lot. And I think there is a little fatigue from that. So when you hear DeWitt III, who's not really on the baseball side, he's on the business side, and being candid, even starting off with like the joke about the blue hats. Like to me, like we sometimes get, I think as fans, like we stop humanizing people in a way. And it's like, you make a lot of money and you're in charge of my favorite thing and they're not good. So F you essentially. But when you humanize and like, you know, I think there is something about just being honest and being more candid that gets people, you know, it resonates with them.
Yeah, I'm glad that worked, for lack of a better term. Not that we're getting compliments, whatever, but I'm talking about, I'm glad that he was, as you mentioned, sense of humor thing.
Yeah,
with the Navy caps. Would have liked him to officially confirm going back to Navy caps, but you know, as you say, brick by brick. But also the self-awareness that he called it, stepped in it with the game day experience thing, because I did think that when he said that, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And then the acknowledgement of the things that they have done wrong over the last decade. But like I said, I think, and then breaking down the details on the television deal, that certainly was helpful. Furthermore, I thought the personal side, like that was kind of I was curious about the questions, more of a podcast style of a question, like how is the criticism, the anger impacting you? It's one thing if it's you, like Martin's just busting balls on my dad impression, but like if somebody were really like coming at a family member, write whatever you want about me. It's wonderful. That's fine. That comes with the territory. But when it's your dad, that's a different deal.
Totally.
And he gave like a 3-minute answer on that one.
Yeah.
So that one resonated with him, and then I think that kind of humanized him perhaps for the audience.
Totally.
The thing is, I know he's a good guy, but just because somebody's a good guy doesn't mean that they're doing a good job.
Right.
You compartmentalize those things. But if somebody's a good person, oftentimes they're going to go out of their way to go, yeah, here's the deal. This is the situation. And yeah, we've got some responsibility in what's taken place, and we've got a responsibility to get it right as well. So I didn't know that would play as well as apparently is played. So if you missed it, I would recommend going back and listening to it. It's about, 18, 20 minutes or something?
Well, a little longer, yeah.
Bill, was that right, really? With Bill DeWitt III. All right, Gabe DeArmond's going to join us here coming up next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
I live in, which is called service. It is called the service.
Remix album.
Surrey is where I live. Surrey is where I live. Whoa.
What's it gonna be like tomorrow night when Brady Cook comes charging out the tunnel to Tina E's? Missouri is where I live. That place will be up for snatch grabs. And Gabe DeArmond of Power Mizzou will be there to cover it. He joins us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, Tim? How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Are you? Are you doing okay?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, I wouldn't say wonderful. That would probably be an overstatement, but I'm fine.
All right. Well, what's going to happen during this segment is it's going to lift your spirits like nothing else.
It usually does.
Look at that. Look at that, Jackson.
Yes. 10:15 on Friday, I always look forward to.
See, there you go. Colonel, what do you think? What do you think we're going to see tomorrow night? You got to put some cash down on it. Who's going to be, quote unquote, under center / out of the shotgun at 6:45?
I would expect it would be Drew Pine. It will surprise me if it's not, but, they are handling it how they're handling it, and certainly are not going to rule Brady out before tomorrow at 5:15, and maybe not even then. I'll be interested to see, when we get over there, if he is on the field going through regular warm-ups and things like that, because if he's not, obviously that will be a tell.
Do you think that the team got a little boost from the college football playoff rankings at all? I realize it's 24, and it doesn't mean like, oh, we're on the precipice of breaking in. But I was actually surprised, and maybe I shouldn't have been surprised. I wouldn't have thought they would be in there. And maybe you can go, okay, you know what? Maybe we actually do still have a shot if we can take care of business. Did you sense any of that? I know it's not like you're sitting down with the whole roster or anything, but did you get a sense from that from Eli Drinkwitz or any of the players?
Well, we haven't talked to him since it came out on Tuesday night. Our media stuff is Tuesday at noon, so I know Drinkwitz was asked about it on the teleconference, and he said, "Hey, it's good. You like seeing a number next to your name?" I have been told like every week for 22 years now that players and coaches don't pay attention to those things, Tim.
Nice.
It's just about getting 1% better today and going 1-0 this week. They don't look at those numbers and don't pay attention to the outside noise. But I don't know. I guess maybe. And again, much better to be ranked than not ranked, right? Is there a difference between 24 and 26? I don't know, but it's nice to have that number next to your name. It gets you a little notoriety and attention. Is there any real path to the top 12 or top 11? Not really.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I don't think that changed. And the other thing is, I know a lot of people that were surprised by it. And I think the problem people make is they only pay attention to their team. There's a lot of teams losing games, man. 6-2 is still they're ranked in the coaches poll. They're right there in the AP poll. Like they're a top 25-ish team. They're just not a top 10-ish team.
So the core issue for everybody on tomorrow night's game, and I'm not even talking about Missouri fans, I'm talking Oklahoma fans, and certainly gamblers, as we saw the number for Missouri-Oklahoma open at 4, Missouri giving 4, and it is currently at Oklahoma giving 2.5. Is Brady Cook. You have a 6.5-point swing related to the quarterback situation. Part of that is, of course, Cook, but I think the bigger part for those in the know is how rough Drew Pine has looked. So now he has had the opportunity to have a couple of weeks working with first-team offense. As I read you talking about, he did, in my mind, but I've watched Notre Dame football, he did get Notre Dame to a 10-2 record as quarterback, even though he didn't win the job. He came in as a replacement, and then after that transferred to Arizona State. With that said, what do you think is realistic for Pine to do running the Missouri offense against Oklahoma?
I think if you told either coach in this game, we're going to give you 21 points, I think they'd both say, I'll sign up for that right now and take my chances. The goal is he needs to be a little bit better than he was in the Auburn game. Like in the Auburn game, he
he didn't drive the train into the ditch, right? It wasn't going fast. It was not an impressive train, but it stayed on the tracks and it didn't wreck. Against Alabama, he just wrecked it, and that's what you can't have. You can't have him be the reason you lose. He's not going to be the reason you win, in all likelihood. I mean, I think the chances of Drew Pine going out and throwing for 303 touchdowns are very low. But, just run the offense. And this is a game, like I said earlier this week somewhere, Kirk Ferentz would love to coach in this game because a punt in this game is just fine. It's honestly, you go 3 and out or you get a couple first downs and you punt the ball, that's not bad in this game. That's not true in a lot of games, but given where these two offenses are, I think both coaches would be fine with, hey, let's try to score on one possession in each half and then get one break, whether it's a block kick, a kick return, a turnover, whatever it is. If we can score on one possession in each half and then get that one break that gets us to 17 or 21, then I'll put it on my defense and take my chances.
Gabe DeArmond brought to you by James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. One more regarding this weekend in Columbia. This is the game when the schedule came out that everybody had circled from a home schedule standpoint. I mean, certainly A&M and obviously the trip to Tuscaloosa from a road perspective, but from a home situation, this was the one, in part because of the old Big 8/Big 12, in part because the hope would be Missouri would either be an undefeated or one-loss team coming into it, and then also you think of Oklahoma, you think of their brand, and the game might be a game where game day would return since the last time they were in town for Oklahoma in 2010. It has certainly lost a substantial amount of luster for some fans, but what is the vibe around Columbia for tomorrow night now?
Yeah, I know a decent number of people that are coming in for this game because this is the determination you make before the year, obviously, right? I've spend very little time around other people in town. I'm a bit of a hermit.
You and I ought to get together.
10-21.
Yeah, so I'm not a good judge there. I can only judge by our message board and online traffic and things like that. And it's I would not say people are nearly as excited about this game as they thought they were going to be 2 months ago. I mean, there's still some, hey, I want to win it because we owe Oklahoma 60 years of misery. And it's still Oklahoma. And if you're not going to beat this Oklahoma team, when are you going to beat Oklahoma? But the anticipation for this game is not very high. Now, I would think if they do manage to win this game, I think we do see an uptick. Hey, you're going to South Carolina next week. You hope to get Brady Cook back then. Yeah. And if you win this game, I think a lot of people will say, hey, okay, playoffs not going to happen, but 9-10 wins, that's still right there, and that's pretty good around here, so let's get going again. But it's been a couple of weeks since Missouri fans have had any good news, right? Maybe even a little bit longer than that. So I think right now it's just I think everybody's pretty down, and I don't want to say checked out quite yet, but if they lose this game, I think it reaches checked out stage.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. Final question for you, Colonel. Jackson over here says this is a bad college football slate this weekend. You got Ole Miss and Georgia, you got Alabama and LSU. I think Jackson's an asshat is what I think, candidly.
Good games, but that's about it.
Colonel, what do you think about the slate and any games you like?
Yeah, I mean, two gigantic games, obviously, in the SEC. Bama, LSU is an elimination. I'll be honest, I think I told you this last week, once Missouri's kind of out of the mix, I just don't pay a ton of attention to what else is going on. Outside the SEC, I can't really tell you who's playing this week. I don't know if there are big Big Ten games or ACC games or anything like that. So I don't know. I guess I would say Bama, LSU, and Georgia, Ole Miss simply because those are the two I know are happening.
There are a few games this weekend that you either can't believe are big games or at the start of the season you would have thought are absolutely huge games. One being in Columbia and another one being between Notre Dame and Florida State. And now that one, it's like, oh my goodness, what are the Fighting Irish going to do to that operation in that dumpster fire situation? And you got Indiana, Michigan, and that how Indiana handles that, although I'm not necessarily expecting it to be close. Michigan is respected because of the brand, certainly not what they're doing on the field, and Indiana's a 14.5-point favorite.
Like I heard somebody earlier this week say Texas deserves to be ranked where it's ranked because they beat Michigan and Oklahoma. Michigan and Oklahoma are terrible.
Yeah, those are brands, man.
Quit attaching it to the name on the. I mean, if they get credit for beating Oklahoma, then cool. If Missouri beats Oklahoma, put them back in the mix.
Yeah, it isn't the way it usually works, though, is it?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
And look, I just, all those games you mentioned, they're only big games because Florida State's supposed to be like they might be the worst Power 5 team in the country. No game involving them. I was watching something the other night, and I did see like a preview for all the games on NBC and Peacock this weekend, and I'm like, it's something like Minnesota and Rutgers is the big noon kickoff. So that right there tells me this is a trash weekend of football.
Oh, you're supporting Jackson.
Thank you,
Both
Gabe.
ass hats from my standpoint
Thank
now,
you,
and I hate to
Colonel.
say it because the
Thank you,
Colonel's my guy. Colonel, always enjoy the conversation. Looking forward to the festivities tomorrow night, and since it's a night game, I can't wait for your post-game show. I might get lit up and leave a voicemail, too.
Perfect. I'm hoping it is a super long post-game show as I am meeting one Allen Robinson at Arrowhead Stadium on Sunday
Wow.
morning. So.
I'm going to be hitting him up for the Ryder Cup hookup you got. That's what I'm going to be doing. Colonel, thank you so much.
All right, guys, have a good one.
There he is. That's Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com. He is brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. I'll take Notre Dame minus the 26 against Florida State, Jackson, if you want that.
Ooh, yeah, I'm not. I would rather watch paint dry than that game.
Well, that's because you don't like Irish Catholics.
I don't like that. My headphones just stopped working.
Wow, he just said it. Clip that off. We'll play that in a promo. Unbelievable what I just heard. But either way, Doug has something to tell us all from California.
Yeah, from about Design Air.
Yeah.
Doug Vaughn here for Design Air Heating and Cooling. Design Air is a fourth-generation St. Louis business. They have been around for more than 100 years. They got started in 1904. How do you stay in business that long? Well, you do great work. Through word-of-mouth advertising, people get to know you. They know Seth Goldcamp. His family has been running it for many, many years. They are also the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They're best known for their honesty and going above and beyond. They will never try to sell you something you don't need. Usually you can fix that furnace, you can fix the air conditioner, whatever it needs. They are there to help you. Their technicians are just the absolute best. You know what they do? They take off their shoes, or they put on those little hospital booties on their feet so they don't get dirt all in your home. I saw that. It's a nice little touch, but that's how they do it at Design Air. They will never try to upsell you. They'll give you exactly what you need and nothing more. Their reputation is something they take very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with convenience and online scheduling. Online, they are at designair.net. That's designair.net.
There it is. Design Air sponsor of the email today, which is coming your way here in about 15 minutes. Send in anything and everything. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Chairman Kurt will filter it. He does a wonderful job of filtering calls over there in the Kelly and Thompson phone lines. I think Kyle's call speaks to that.
Thanks.
Already on the program today. Let me see if I can do it from memory.
All right.
Robert Thomas, 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Bill DeWitt was with us for like 25, Bill DeWitt III for like 25 minutes at 8:45.
Yeah.
Andy Strickland in studio.
Yep.
Bernie Federko on the Kelly and Thompson phone lines, and Gabe DeArmond.
Nailed it.
Missed anything? Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the TMA STL app. You got to download that thing. It's a great app. And also the 101 ESPN app, so you can go back and listen to any segments you would like. Plus, I thought Kyle's phone call might have been a highlight. I don't know. That's
For real.
That's what I would focus on from a social media campaign standpoint. But that's up to you, Chairman Kurt. That's your baby. All right, Jackson, we got 6 shooters. We got me picking games.
We're picking,
All right, we got the
picking
Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We got all kinds of stuff still coming before 11 o'clock. This is TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know. This is the remix. Oakland, Francis Park, Francis Park. Jackson Burkett at Ladue.
PFG back, baby.
Yeah. CrossFit model. Sparrow. Tim McKernan, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Gabe DeArmond, Bill DeWitt III, Bernie Federko, Robert Thomas on the show. They talk too much sports. Don't talk enough sports. Don't matter. It's the market disruption. Just be lucky you're witnessing it. Jackson, what do we got going on now?
We're going to pick 6 games.
All right.
Let's kick it off. Let's get into it. Michigan heading to Bloomington, Indiana. Tim likes IU laying the 14.5.
Yeah. All over Indiana minus 14.5.
Yeah.
What time is this game, by the way?
That's a 2:30 kick. I'm going in chronological order here, so it's 2:30 kick.
Thank you.
Yes, I am also on IU. I will take IU. Georgia at Ole Miss. Georgia is a 2.5
forth on this.
2.5
back
point
and
favorite.
forth on this.
Home dog with the Rebels.
Lane Kiffin not happy about the day game. They don't have one conference night game. I respect where he's coming from.
You got time for a stat?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ole Miss 1-25 all time against AP top 1 or 2 teams.
I do not know. I feel like we see the bad Georgia team when they're not playing a good team.
Yeah.
But when they got to, you see them show the dominance. I realize the first half at Alabama, but my God, the second half at Alabama.
Seriously.
I've gone back and forth on this, and I might go back and forth. And by the time it kicks off, I'm going to go Bulldogs.
I'm also on the dogs. Give me the dogs. Laying the 2.5. So we're so far.
And I loved Florida last week against Georgia.
All right, this is part of this week's slate. This is just it, but it is a big game for one of these teams.
Are we doing Pitt again?
Colorado's heading to Lubbock, Texas to take on Texas Tech. Colorado's a 4-point favorite on the road. It's a 3 p.m. kick, Tim.
I just want to see Colorado win. So I took Texas Tech in that 6-game parlay that Dan Lanning single-handedly took money out of my pocket. I think Texas Tech's a pretty good team, but there is not a more bipolar team in college football than Texas Tech. If you look at their schedule, you'll be like, what in the world is this?
South Carolina's kind of there, too. Well, Kentucky.
South Carolina's got injury excuses. Kentucky's a nice play on that. I'll go Colorado. I would just want them to win because it upsets a lot of people that wouldn't want to hang out with.
Yeah, I agree. I do want them to win, but I am taking Texas Tech at home. Like a home dog. South Carolina heading to Nashville in a game you probably didn't think would be great, but might actually be a great game.
One, as I was talking about with the Cardinals. South Carolina at Vanderbilt.
Yeah, South Carolina's a 4.5-point favorite. That's a 3:15 kickoff in Nashville.
I am taking Vanderbilt.
I'm on USC. Give me South Carolina.
You're a prisoner of the moment guy, and that's how guys like me make money and guys like you lose money.
If South Carolina plays good, they're really good.
Wow. Clip that off for a promo.
But I'm not even going to try to reason with it.
Did you hear TMA this morning? Yeah, the DeWitt interview was really good. No, Jackson said if South Carolina plays good, they're really good.
There's a contingency of people
I'll have to listen.
who understand how my language and how I talk, and that's who I'm broadcasting for. I'm done broadcasting for the masses. Yeah, you know what? Oppo, market disruption, this, that, and the other. Alabama in Death Valley, night game, 6:30 kick. Alabama's a 3-point favorite against LSU.
Watch this, because I gave it to you a few weeks ago on Texas A&M and LSU. Doug didn't like the way that my tongue moved. Clip that off.
That's right.
I love LSU.
Wow.
Love LSU. And when I loved Texas A&M against LSU, there were skeptics. That's fine. That's fine. The guy knows his college football. That's all you need to know is a guy knows his college football. You do with it what you want. I don't care if you bet with me. It doesn't matter. I make a living on people betting against me. That's what I do, Jackson. Welcome to the market disruption.
I am on Alabama.
Fine.
Alabama.
If you want to do a little Venmo?
Yeah, I'll throw 20 on it with you.
All right, there it is.
3 points.
Chairman, book that if you could.
3-point spread. I'm on Bama. Right. You'll get prompt payment, and if I lose. And the final one, our hometown club, the Missouri Tigers, at home against Oklahoma.
Fight Tiger, beat Sooner. I'll take Oklahoma.
I am also on Oklahoma. I just hate
Wow,
to do
I didn't
it.
expect that.
I hate to do it. I hate to do it.
I assume you're on Missouri by 50, Chairman.
Nope. I got him winning, though. It's Pine time.
I've seen Pine time.
That's my reasoning.
How, another 30 for 30 that we need to work on, how Drew Pine won 10 games at Notre Dame.
It's so crazy to me. Because he doesn't.
Did they play UMass 10 times? Maybe that needs to be a story.
We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, that's my reasoning behind picking the Sooners. Is I just can't imagine a world where Drew Pine plays out of his mind, and I don't think
I would love it.
Me too.
I'm telling you, the fact that they're 24th. Listen, do I expect it? But I can con myself into going, oh, they beat Oklahoma. Well, maybe they can beat South Carolina, and then see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because no matter what, Georgia's either going to have 2 losses or Ole Miss is going to have 3 losses tomorrow. And no matter what, either LSU or Alabama is going to have 3 losses tomorrow. And you know some other wild crap's going to happen.
Yeah.
So I can con myself into something that deep down I don't necessarily know is going to. It's how I go into every weekend hoping for a threesome. It's the same kind of mindset.
Yeah, I think that resonates.
Jackson, we got a break, don't we? I mean, hey, if you're going to let me keep going, great.
No,
I figured you were gonna...
we have to break.
Coaches John and Dean Ellis. One coaches the Bruins, one coaches the Leafs.
Leafs, yeah.
Says Tim is a little pepper pot today, and we're here for it.
It's just, that's what Tim is. He brings the heat.
Pot?
Yeah, well, the media in this town's soft, and you're trying to change the narrative.
Absolutely. Frauds! All right, we got a break. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Hey, Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. As we head into winter, you don't want to be stuck with old, drafty windows making your heating system work overtime. And at Universal Windows Direct, they are ready to take great care of you. Universal Windows Direct is here to help keep you warm and save you money on those energy bills with their exclusive Super Spacer technology. These windows help keep the edge of the glass warmer, making your home more energy efficient and comfortable all season long. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There's no limit. Buy 2, get 2 free. Buy 4, get 4 free. Buy 20, get 20 free. It doesn't matter. On top of that, Universal Windows Direct is offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years interest-free. Restrictions apply. Universal Windows Direct backs their windows with a true lifetime warranty. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522. Remember, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Call today at 314-334-2522. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues lose last evening, final score of 4-2 to the Utah Hockey Club. They're off tonight. They'll be taking on the Capitals tomorrow evening. You can catch that right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Jackson Burkett with you. Martz had a thing at 10 o'clock. Doug Vaughn has a thing in California, but he's back on Monday. Chairman Kurt's answering calls and doing a wonderful job and filtering emails for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which is coming your way. Big-time recommendation to go back and podcast the program. A lot of the longtime TMA listeners are longtime podcasters of the program, and you can do so via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app or the Schaefer Door Company TMA STL app. They're two different apps. The Bill DeWitt III conversation certainly would be one to listen to. About 25 minutes of what the audience who was listening live really appreciated. For the most part, I mean, of course, nothing has 100% approval rating, but man, I would say that probably was at about a 90% approval rating from the texts and YouTube comments that I saw. I don't get to see everything. And then Robert Thomas on Jordan Kyrou's tough evening last night, along with Andy Strickland in studio, kind of breaking that situation down with Bernie Federko as well, and Gabe DeArmond on Missouri and Oklahoma tomorrow night. His expectation, Drew Pine will be the quarterback, which is why both Jackson and I took Boomer Sooner. And I will not be wagering, and I will be hoping to be wrong. And then I will be hoping that somehow Missouri is now 18th in the top 25 this coming Tuesday night, and I can con myself into believing they can get into the college football playoff, even though all reason tells me otherwise.
Quick question, Tim. Do you think Oklahoma is Missouri's secondary rival to Kansas? Or would you think that now that they've had more than a decade in the SEC?
It's a case by case. It's a generation thing.
Yeah. Like my generation might be more Arkansas or Tennessee than it is Oklahoma.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I also think it's where you grew up.
Sure.
Thing.
For sure.
I have never had the hatred of Kansas like most who went to Missouri but grew up in the Kansas City area. Probably the same thing for those who went to Kansas but grew up in the Kansas City area. And then also you had K-State in there and Nebraska, weirdly.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at the geography, it makes sense, as Lincoln is not that far from Kansas City, relatively speaking. So I think if, for example, Missouri and Illinois, and if St. Louis University had a football team, all were in the same conference, St. Louis would be much more of a college sports town. You see what I'm saying?
Totally.
So I think Kansas City benefited from those schools all being geographically close. But yes, Oklahoma is for older Missouri fans. That is a bigger deal.
Yeah.
For me, when I looked at the schedule going into this year, I'm like, oh man, I hope Missouri's got one loss or no losses, and Oklahoma's got like one loss or no losses, and this is going to be a game for the SEC.
That'd be game day.
And instead, it's it's on the SEC network at whatever the hell it is.
6:45.
6:45. So there you go. Chairman Kerr, what's going on over there?
Courier Tom's on the line. I accidentally hung up on him, but he's back, and he's got a question for Jackson.
Good morning, Courier Tom.
Hey, good morning, Tim. Love the show.
God bless your gentleman. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up, Action? Do I have anything to look forward to of Mizzou basketball this year?
A lot of talent, not a lot of organization. So I'm dubious, but I'll be watching every game.
Well, I do too, but it seems half the time they're running on the court with their hair on fire. And I think, I don't know why they have to think that they have to do everything so fast. I'd like to see them slow it down and do a play.
Yeah, half-court offense has been a Achilles heel for Dennis Gates ever since he took over. He's been much more run and gun, and when they have to go half-court, it becomes a problem.
Courier Tom, we are tight on time, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would love to let you and Jackson talk this over a little bit more. But we've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Thank you for the call, and have a wonderful weekend, Courier Tom.
Hey, thank you.
All right, there's Courier Tom on the
nice
Collier and
guy.
Thompson phone lines. Yeah. Boy, Jackson, you would have loved to have had that call come in at about 7:02, and then the next 3 hours and 58 minutes would be you talking Dennis Gates with Courier Tom.
I'd go on forever.
Bill DeWitt III, sorry, can't come on. Jackson's in his 7th segment with Courier Tom on Missouri's offense.
Yeah, I'd bump 5 guests to keep talking about it.
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Underdog is the place to play. If you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports, it's Underdog Fantasy. You could win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on players' stats like passing yards, touchdowns, three-pointers, double-doubles, etc. Underdog puts the power to cash out in your hands. Now you can either keep riding with your entry or tap the Win Now button to cash out whenever you want. It's Underdog Fantasy. This season, Underdog will be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost. Pump up your winnings in just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries. Discounts, where you get adjusted projections on certain players' stats to give you a better shot at a big W. And then free picks. They're basically a sure thing. A player just has to get higher than 0.5 for that selection to win. Plus, all new users get a free pick. Download the app, sign up with promo code PARTY, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. It's promo code PARTY. Must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Welcome back to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. BK and Ferrario coming up at 11 o'clock. Tim McKernan, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. You're always welcome to either. You can email me directly. I'm happy to talk it over with you. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. I did a TMA State of the Union podcast yesterday on the Tim McKernan Show podcast and just took questions live in the YouTube chat. And I was in Jackson. You, of course, were part of the program.
Indeed.
So you can go and listen to that if you would like. And you can email me anytime. Questions, comments, erotic stories.
Please.
Anything is welcome. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. But this is the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And let's go. What are the standings, James?
I believe we have a 3-2 lead. Buck Swope 1-goal lead on JV Golf Coach.
Morning.
I think.
Didn't sound.
Buck will correct me.
Morning. I'm with Speaks in a constant run-on sentence caller Kyle or Chris or whatever the hell his name was. The Cardinals need to work on hitting more pitches from their oatmeals down to their drain danglers. Thanks. And Carson Beck is the doo-doo man. That's from Al in Dadeville. Fight Pug. Beat St. Louis's other SEC team, the Rebel. That is from Al in Dadeville.
Strong
a big
start.
Georgia fan.
Strong start.
Happy Friday, lads. A long-time listener. First time trying to break through the filter. Chairman Kurt, was the filter strong today?
No, everybody that wrote in got through.
Oh, wow. Okay. There you go.
Finger on the dump button.
Yeah, exactly.
They're all good.
First time trying to break through the filter, but if small ball Chris can keep getting through the phone lines.
This poor guy.
To talk about the art of whitey ball and relive his local parish pastor showing him the Tom Amansky baseball videos as a young boy. Anywho, the fellas at the office really enjoy the show and love the addition of Martin. It reminds me of a 90s sitcom where two dads and their closely aged best friend raise their pale-faced, laser-haired stepson, teaching him the finer things about life. Every now and again, one of the dads goes to the Hamptons, and Uncle Rich comes to town with his can of biscuits, or Cousin Joey and his hard nipples. Either way, it's the wholesome kind of morning show content the people are looking for. Thanks, that's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
Yeah,
Strong.
Good to see new emailers popping in.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here. So much to get to as I fire off this email from my chest to my belly button.
This poor guy.
Mike Martz says the Rams are purposely dismantling the team in anticipation of a move as far back as the 2001 postseason. I'm so glad that Bob Blitz, Tashara Jones, Sam Page, and or Beth Orwick settled the lawsuit for only $790 million without even getting the Earth City practice facility included in the deal. I appreciate Martz speaking so frankly, but I wish someone would ask Martz why he settled for a field goal and overtime in that 2003 playoff game when they had the Panthers on the ropes. Second dumbest mistake Martz made here, only behind hiring John effing Hadley as his PR rep, only for Hadley to refer to fans critical of the team as, quote, pathetic pukes. It's great that Bill DeWitt III even bothers talking to this S show. But don't gaslight us with the blue caps didn't go away. We just don't wear them against blue teams. Bull crap. Last season, the Cardinals wore red road caps against the non-blue uniform Pirates, Giants, Rockies, Padres, and A's. I mean, it's quite obvious at this point someone is being lied to. You know, you talk about the email the day tournament, and you got Foley Jack, who struggles to keep twack of the standings and likes to dance by himself to Goodbye Horses with his erection tucked between his legs. And you got Doug Vaughn, but he's not a wow today because he's still snorting whales and partying like a rock star because the Republicans will control the White House and the Senate and probably the House of Representatives. And you talk about promiscuous Paul, who is yet to win, but he's got a great name. And you talk about the JV golf coach who robbed me of a win yesterday by getting votes from Tim and that producer who's never even heard of Greg Millen. That's from Buck Swope.
Buck Swope bringing the strong.
And finally, very nice interviews today, but I wish you guys would have asked your guests what they thought about Plowsy's appearance on KSDK. Darren was high as a kite on the news last night, looking like Matthew McConaughey's stunt double in Dallas Buyers Club. When the reporter asked him what he was doing near the scene, his bloodshot eyes got real wide, and it took every fiber of his being not to blurt out, "I was scrounging around for old soda cans and Indian arrowheads while I smoked my customary afternoon doobie." Thankfully, he thought of a cover-up about walking his dog to save face, but Plowsy's loyal fans could tell what he was actually up to. He was blazing the devil's lettuce and admiring the murky sewer water flowing down the skanky River to Pear. I didn't have that on my TMA bingo card, but the more I think about it, it's totally on brand for the wide-eyed good old boy from rural Illinois to end up on the local news. His interview soundbite only lasted about 30 seconds, but you could tell he probably talked to that poor reporter for over an hour, begging her to let him do the 5-1 hand signal thing to end the newscast. I'm so happy to see our baby boy all grown up and thriving in this harsh world. Long live TMA and long live the Plowhawk. That's from the JV Golf Coach. That's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Chairman Kurt, what you got?
Fight Pug, Alan Daveville.
My cousin Vinny.
I'm going my cousin Vinny as well, but I feel like any of the four could have won, and I thought this one was going to go to Good Morning Grant, and he was going to get a surprise vote.
That'd be great.
Good Morning Grant bolted like the
didn't
wind. Munganass sponsor the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Jamie Burkhardt, wonderful gentleman. Peter Munganass, wonderful gentleman. Read an email earlier on the air about a listener having their car just messed up by one of those oil change places, and took it into Munganass, even though he didn't have an Acura. And Munganass St. Louis Acura, when he reached out to Jamie Burkhardt, they immediately got him in. They immediately saw what happened, and they fixed it for him for free. That's the kind of service and accessibility that Munganass St. Louis Acura, Munganass Burkhardt, Alton Toyota provides. The number is 314-252-0029, and you can text them or call them. That's a number set up specifically for TMA listeners, so it's not like you're calling the dealership. You're calling a number that is set up, or texting a number that is set up for you, our TMA listeners. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. Munganass, one of our best sponsors for a long time. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Bennett Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for the vacationing Douglas Elvin Vaughn, for my brother Kevin, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.